Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. Not only leeches, but also silkworms and all sorts of other creatures lurking within this swamp. Just touching them would instantly kill them. He's definitely not suitable. Such a terrifying technique must have flaws. Yan Lazy felt like he'd survived a disaster, overjoyed. He immediately realized that Bai Zikun seemed to be out of his mind. He hadn't entered the swamp to pursue him, but rather to spread out and absorb the life force in all directions. This gave him a chance to escape. Taking advantage of Bai Zikun's presence, he was like a man risking his life, charging forward through the swamp at any cost. He felt that although the swamp was dangerous, it was far safer than Bai Zikun. At this moment, he clearly saw that Bai Xiaochun was not well, but he didn't have the slightest thought of turning back and attacking Bai Xiaochun. He was truly terrified by Bai Xiaochun's techniques. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. Before merging with his clone, if he saw Bai Xiaochun, he must run away. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Yan Lazy, battered and exhausted, leapt from the distant swamp. His entire body was covered in leeches and a large number of silkworms. He completely ignored them. After leaping out, he gasped for breath, took several deep breaths, and unleashed his maximum speed, flying rapidly into the distance. Only when he had reached a considerable distance did he dare to remove the leeches and silkworms from his body. At the same time, he turned back, his heart still filled with fear as he looked towards the swamp. This Bai Xiaochun is a monster. If he doesn't die, he will ultimately be the greatest enemy of our northern lineage. Yan Lazy took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. He felt deeply wronged. However, no matter how powerful he is, as long as he doesn't reach the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm, then I and my merged clone can still kill him. Thinking this, Yan Lazy immediately contacted his clone and sped away into the distance. At this moment, within the swamp following Bai Xiaochun's entry, a violent storm-like change swept through the area. In the swamp, countless leeches, each seemingly driven mad, used their greatest strength to quickly scatter in all directions, as if fleeing for their lives. Countless silkworms did the same. Even many beings far more powerful than them, like spiders, like giants, all hidden within this swamp, were trembling, as if going mad. This whirlwind swept across all directions. Wherever it passed, the bodies of all beings withered in an instant, their life force extinguished. The struggle lasted for about 2 incense sticks worth of time. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from within the swamp. Bai Xiaochun's figure quickly flew out. At this moment, he had no blood left in his body, his complexion rosy, but his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. His body trembled uncontrollably. After flying out, his expression changed. He didn't even think about Yan Lazy's escape, but quickly found a place to sit down and observe his body. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, still filled with terror. Damn it, what's going on, W? How could this divine slaughter method suddenly cause me to lose consciousness? Why is that possible? At this moment, Bai Xiaochun recalled what had just happened, his heart still trembling with fear. He was certain that after losing consciousness, it wasn't something else controlling his body, but rather his body seemed to have detached from his consciousness, completely relying on instinct to absorb all life force. This made Bai Xiaochun extremely anxious and frightened. No, before I figure out why this divine slaughter is like this, I can't use this divine ability. It's too dangerous. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more terrified he became. The feeling of suddenly being unable to control his body completely terrified him. After a while, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed slightly in surprise. He discovered that the immortal blood in his body, which had been crushed, had finally recovered. One can imagine how much life force he absorbed during the time he spent in the swamp below, perhaps the equivalent of 2 incense sticks burning. Such a powerful divine ability. If only I could control it, how wonderful that would be. Bai Xiaochun was a little dejected, lowering his head to look at the swamp below. Within his divine consciousness, the surrounding area within the swamp was no longer completely devoid of life force fluctuations. Even after going quite far, he was still shocked to find that within the swamp there were no life force fluctuations. How much did I absorb? Bai Xiaochun was shocked again, his pupils darting around. Then he suddenly became somewhat excited. Haha, I didn't expect myself to be so powerful. Although this divine slaughter caused me to lose consciousness, it also had quite a few unexpected effects. While Bai Xiaochun was excited, he also felt a little regretful and dejected. After walking a little further, a surge of life force appeared in the swamp once again. But strangely, as soon as Bai Xiaochun approached, whatever was hidden inside the swamp instantly vanished, as if completely terrified of him, frantically fleeing. This only further excited Bai Xiaochun. He immediately patted his bag and released Zhang Dapeng. He pressed his finger to Zhang Dapeng's forehead. Very quickly, Zhang Dapeng opened his eyes, looking around blankly. When he saw Bai Xiaochun, he was startled. His body jumped up, about to speak, but Bai Xiaochun raised his hand to lift his chin and said, "Senior brother, because you were ambushed by this swamp, in my anger, I have made all the living beings in this entire swamp apologize. From now on, whenever they see us, they'll immediately avoid us." Don't believe me? Senior brother, you can try it yourself. Zhang Dapeng felt as if he were dreaming. He looked at Bai Xiaochun, then at the swamp all around him, his expression strange. He was thinking, only a fool would believe what Bai Xiaochun had just said. He knew Bai Xiaochun very well, and knew that Bai Xiaochun's current state was quite boastful. However, precisely because he knew this, Zhang Dapeng couldn't help but hesitate. Although Xiaochun likes to brag, he wouldn't exaggerate excessively. He said that the terrifying beings inside this swamp would avoid him. Could it really be true? While Zhang Dapeng hesitated, his consciousness spread out. His eyes gradually widened. He discovered that there was absolutely no sign of any life force fluctuations in the surrounding area. Therefore, in Bai Xiaochun's smugness, as the two continued to move forward, the shock in Zhang Dapeng's heart grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he was utterly astonished. They had been walking along, and one moment they could still detect countless waves of life force ahead. But the next instant, as if upon discovering their arrival, they seemed to be instantly driven away, disappearing without a trace. This caused Zhang Dapeng to turn around many times, his eyes filled with bewilderment as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. What's going on, senior brother? I told you. I seriously warned them. Humph, daring to ambush my senior brother. It's already a merciful act of not destroying this swamp. Bai Xiaochun became even more smug. He was very excited. He felt that although this divine killing method had its drawbacks, its previous effects were truly satisfying. He was just that kind of person. No matter what happened, no matter the circumstances, he could always find something to amuse himself with. Bai Xiaochun. Continuing like this, under the constant astonishment of Zhang Dapeng, the two of them encountered no obstacles in the swamp. It was even smoother than traveling within his own sect. They moved forward. In this quiet, safe place, Zhang Dapeng's expression was often one of unease. Especially once, a leech that wasn't running fast was caught by Zhang Dapeng's hand. The leech finally trembled. After Bai Xiaochun approached, the leech let out a piercing scream, almost like a plea for mercy. When Zhang Dapeng, bewildered, let go of the leech, it vanished in an instant. Once, Zhang Dapeng saw a spider the same size as the one that had previously ambushed him. As soon as this spider saw Bai Zikun, it trembled and fled in terror. In fact, Bai Zikun hadn't expected that, after such a long journey, the strange creatures in this swamp would still be afraid of him. Could it be that before, when I was unconscious, because this swamp was special, the blood mist that emanated covered everything too much? Bai Zikun was extremely surprised. In his days, he felt that was probably the case. He himself didn't know how much life force he had absorbed. But he also understood that condensing a drop of immortal blood required an incredibly huge amount of energy. Thinking of this, Bai Zikun took a deep breath. Fortunately, young Lazy was scared out of his wits. Otherwise, although the god of slaughter was incredibly powerful, if he lost consciousness and encountered a cunning and formidable opponent, he would be completely vulnerable. It's quite exaggerated that a few days later, the two saw a pack of ferocious, skinny wolves. They were attacking a cultivator with incredible speed. This cultivator was Sun Wulong Tang of the Ghostly sect, a member of the Southern Branch. The Southern Branch was skilled in transformation. At this moment, Sun Wu's green skin had turned brown. His body even occasionally seemed ethereal. Each time he became ethereal, he seemed to transform into a gigantic centipede, ferociously trying to escape from this pack of skinny wolves. However, no matter how hard he fought, he couldn't break free. The pack of wolves numbered over 1,000, surrounding him in layers. There were also many corpses scattered around. Obviously, this kind of encirclement and hunt had been going on for some time. Moreover, in the distance, there was a pack leader. This wolf, like a dried skeleton, stood there, its eyes filled with cold cruelty and a half-closed gaze. It exuded an aura comparable to that of a celestial being. Sun Wu felt despair and bitterness. He knew he couldn't escape this time. The reason this pack of hungry wolves hadn't killed him yet was clearly because they saw him as bait, wanting to lure others along. However, he understood that unless a celestial being arrived, no one who approached would be able to save him. Otherwise, anyone who came near him would undoubtedly die. He wasn't the kind of person who would act without principles or bottom line for the sake of his own life. At this moment, he had already made his decision. The reason he frequently transformed into a centipede was to use the aura emanating from the centipede's body to warn everyone passing by to be vigilant. But in this extremely dangerous situation, as Bai Xiaochun and Zhang Dapin approached from a distance, the remaining hungry wolves suddenly trembled, even letting out mournful cries. In an instant, over 1,000 hungry wolves, like dogs in mourning, fled in all directions. Moreover, the entire pack ran as fast as they could. The fastest runner was the alpha wolf, the first to recognize Bai Xiaochun. Trembling, it didn't hesitate for a moment, and in an instant, it quickly fled. But before it could get far, Bai Xiaochun's voice suddenly rang out. "You stay, everyone else disperse." Following Bai Xiaochun's words, the fleeing hungry wolves, trembling, plunged into the swamp. In an instant, of the more than 1,000 hungry wolves surrounding them, only one remained. The alpha wolf trembled continuously, the cold cruelty in its eyes replaced by fear. But in the end, it didn't dare to run away. Instead, it lay there trembling, trying to make its stiff tail wag incessantly. Zhang Dapin was used to such sights. But for Sun Wu, it was a sight that made his eyes widen and his throat tighten. The moment he looked towards Bai Xiaochun, he immediately recognized Bai Xiaochun's identity. However, he was still terrified to the extreme. In his opinion, even a celestial being would probably be unable to make these hungry wolves flee. A single sentence had not only made the alpha wolf truly afraid to run away, but also revealed such a flattering attitude. This feeling of shock and survival made him rush forward to Bai Xiaochun, clasping his hands and kneeling deeply. "Thank you, Senior Bai, for saving my life." Bai Xiaochun quickly cleared his throat. Along the way, he had displayed an aura of authority that could subdue a swamp in front of Zhang Dapin, making him feel embarrassed. Now that he had finally met this newcomer, he naturally had to show off his extraordinary qualities to him. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and waved. Immediately, the alpha wolf trembled, running at top speed to Bai Xiaochun's front, allowing Bai Xiaochun to gently pat its head. It dared not refuse, only wagging its tail. This scene left Sun Wu speechless. He stared blankly at the alpha wolf wagging its tail, unable to connect it to its previous cold, cruel, and arrogant demeanor. It was as if he was seeing a completely different wolf. "I'll spare your life this time," Bai Xiaochun snorted softly, his gaze sweeping over the corpses. He noticed that none of them belonged to the Eastern sect. Therefore, he spoke indifferently. The alpha wolf's body trembled. Whether from fear or excitement, it whimpered a few times, then quickly darted into the swamp, disappearing from sight. After the alpha wolf left, Bai Xiaochun finally looked at Sun Wu. Sun Wu trembled slightly under his gaze, but he remained composed, bowing to Bai Xiaochun. Zhang Daping, standing nearby, also cleared his throat, squinting at Sun Wu. Then he turned to Bai Xiaochun. "Southern Branch," Bai Xiaochun asked. Reporting to Senior, This junior is a disciple of the southern branch of the Longtang Ghost Sea sect, Bai Xiaochun recalled. Remembering the heavenly ghost son he had defeated in their previous eye-to-eye confrontation, and nodded. All right, follow me. I will lead you out of this swamp. Upon hearing this, Sunwoo was overjoyed. He was incredibly excited. In his opinion, this swamp was truly like a nightmare. To be able to have Bai Xiaochun by his side at this moment was like a stroke of luck for him. He showed a respectful expression and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Senior Bai. Zhang Dapan also laughed heartily, stepped forward, hugged Sunwoo, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, meeting each other is fate. Come on and tell me a little about your southern branch. What are your living conditions like? Zhang Dapan was also very curious about the southern branch. At this moment, Sunwoo, feeling grateful, recounted everything he could in detail except for things he couldn't say. After a while, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly spoke. I remember now. 3 days ago, I met a cultivator from your eastern branch. He was trapped in a desolate place. I originally intended to save him, but even I didn't dare approach that place. To save him, at least several people would need to work together to have any hope. He called himself Sankyu and told me that if I could see anyone from the eastern branch, I should ask for help on his behalf. Sunwoo hurriedly spoke up. Queer. Bai Xiaochun was startled. The trial grounds were divided into 4 areas: desert, swamp, plain, and forest. These places concealed endless terrifying dangers. To date, nearly 1,000 cultivators from the 4 branches had survived, but it was unknown how many had. Bai Xiaochun finally realized why the requirements for this trial demanded that cultivators have at least a nascent soul cultivation level. Indeed, in these trial grounds, those below the nascent soul stage were not only barely able to move, but also far from certain. Even those at the nascent soul stage faced more danger than safety. Like Sunwoo, who was originally a nascent soul great perfection prodigy from the southern branch. Even within this sect, he was considered an existence with the immense potential to achieve the heavenly human realm. But even so, he was still in a life-threatening situation in the Volve Pack just now. One can imagine the level of danger in this trial ground. Hearing Sunwoo mention Songquest's plea for help, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up. His breathing quickened. Even though there were always petty disagreements and resentments between him and Songkyu, he was still his nephew. Moreover, he and Song Jungwon had taken a step further in their relationship. Songkyu was like his own nephew. If the other party were imprisoned elsewhere, Bai Xiaochun might have been in the mood to joke around a bit. But now, in this extremely dangerous trial ground, Bai Xiaochun felt anxious. He immediately asked Sunwoo for specific directions regarding Songkyu. Sunwoo didn't dare to hide anything and told Bai Xiaochun everything he knew. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun's body shot straight towards the place the other party had mentioned. He flew rapidly. Sunwoo and Zhang Dapeng, behind him, also felt anxious. They quickly followed. The 3 of them, in the sky above the swamp, transformed into 3 long rainbows, exploding as they sped out. With Bai Xiaochun's speed and his urgency, it was comparable to teleportation. Very quickly, he widened the distance between himself and Zhang Dapeng and Sunwoo. In a flash, he spent half a day, finally arriving from afar at the place where Songkyu was imprisoned, as Sunwoo had said. As soon as he arrived, his aura immediately caused a wave of fluctuations, appearing in the swamp. At the same time, as Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness spread out and swept across, he breathed a sigh of relief. This child, Queer, has a strong life force. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's mood relaxed, and his chin lifted slightly. He was moved by the fact that Songkyu not only had a strong life force, but also good luck. He seemed to have discovered that every time the other party faced a life-threatening situation, he would also happen to be there, successfully saving him. At this moment, Songkyu felt the same way. He was trapped inside a purple swamp. Countless eyes surrounded him in the swamp. Each eye was visible within the swamp, each several meters in size. Within these eyes, suddenly, more than 10 cultivators were sealed. These cultivators, both male and female, came from 4 different lineages. Almost all of them had become skeletons, and it was clear that half of them had already rotted away. Only 1 or 2 people remained, either dying or persevering. Among them was Songkyu. Songkyu was trapped inside one of the eyes. Outside his body, a dark, snake-like energy constantly eroded him, as if trying to merge him into it. If it weren't for the Song family's ancestor giving him a family heirloom before he arrived at this trial site, he would have long since perished here. That heirloom was a cloak. At this moment, the cloak, draped over Song Q, emitted a gentle light. This light formed a protective shield, repeatedly preventing the dark energy from penetrating. The cloak was incredibly mystical. But even so, as time passed, it gradually became unable to withstand the attack. Now, the light emanating from the cloak was extremely weak. In reality, based on Songquest's cultivation level, even with this cloak, he couldn't hold out for much longer. But for some reason, a few days ago, the eyes surrounding him suddenly seemed to lose more than half their vitality. Each one appeared aged, and even the black energy emanating from them weakened considerably. This gave Song Q hope. Relying on the power of the cloak, he managed to persevere until now. However, he himself understood that unless someone came to rescue him, he couldn't break the seal of these eyes, couldn't escape, and even if he persevered longer, he ultimately couldn't avoid his fate. Could it be that I, Song Q, will fall within this trial ground? Song Q thought bitterly. At this moment, his body stiffened, his cultivation almost completely depleted. I'm not reconciled. I haven't defeated that damned Bai Xiaochun yet. I haven't trampled him underfoot. I haven't crushed him. I haven't avenged the years of suffering. I endured those difficult years in the savage wilderness. I don't believe this insignificant trial ground can cause me, Song Q, to perish. I, Song Q, am a man of great fortune. In recent years, I've faced countless life or death situations, yet I haven't been defeated. I've progressed step by step from the Cha condensation stage to the nascent soul stage. I absolutely will not die here. Song Q roared inwardly, his face turning pale. He wanted to struggle again. But at this moment, all the eyes around him suddenly trembled. Following the trembling, the eyes containing no cultivators quickly blinked. It was clear they were terrified. In an instant, they retreated one by one towards the swamp, quickly disappearing as if fleeing for their lives. This purple swamp area originally contained countless eyes, but in this blink of an eye, more than 90% had vanished. Only a dozen or so eyes remained, still hesitating, but very quickly, all a dozen or so eyes blinked in unison, spitting out all the sealed remains inside, which quickly sank into the swamp and disappeared. Even the eye that had been sealing Song Q, after a moment of hesitation, opened on its own. Song Q felt a strong force. His body was thrown violently. When he looked down, the eye that had sealed him for days clearly showed fear, sinking into the swamp. Song Q felt like he was dreaming. He stood there dazed, looking around, his expression somewhat bewildered. All of this happened too quickly, so he hadn't had time to react. Just a moment ago, this swamp was teeming with ferocious-looking creatures. But the next moment, not a single one was visible. If he hadn't confirmed that he had been trapped here for days, Song Q would have thought it was all an illusion. Could it be that these eyes only exist for a fixed amount of time? Beyond that time, they disappear. Thinking this, Song Q didn't care whether this assessment was correct or not. The overwhelming joy of surviving the ordeal filled him with excitement. He was about to survey his surroundings when suddenly his eyes widened. He struggled to lift his head, staring blankly at the distant sky. Although more than half of his spiritual power was depleted, when he focused his gaze, he could still see clearly. At this moment, what he saw in the distant sky, standing there smiling at him, was Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun raised his hand, then a greeting came from him. "Hey, queer." This voice instantly darkened Song Quest's face. He also saw two figures rapidly flying towards him from behind Bai Xiaochun. One was Zhang Dapeng, and the other was Sun Wu, the one he had asked for help from a few days ago. At this point, if he still didn't understand why those eyes had disappeared, he would be too foolish. But understanding was one thing. In the next instant, Song Q suddenly turned around and flew away into the distance. Seeing Song Q finally turn and leave, Bai Xiaochun lost his enthusiasm. "Kaitni, how can you be so impolite? Seeing me, you didn't even greet me." After saying this, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and suddenly grabbed Song Kait, who was standing far away. Song Kait's face darkened. His body was seized from a distance and instantly pulled in front of Bai Xiaochun. Kai-ni, as your elder, as your uncle-in-law, I must reprimand you. Bai Xiaochun glared. He was very dissatisfied with Song Quest's behavior. After seeing him, it was like seeing a plague, especially with outsiders present. This made Bai Xiaochun feel somewhat humiliated. Song Qiu was also troubled, feeling even more wronged. He really didn't want to face Bai Xiaochun. He even felt that being trapped inside that eye seemed better than encountering Bai Xiaochun. At least inside, he only suffered physical pain. But in front of Bai Xiaochun, he had to endure mental torment. But Song Qiu couldn't bring himself to speak, nor did he know how to speak. Before, his immediate turning around and fleeing was an instinctive reaction. He hadn't even considered whether it was the right thing to do. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun was still dissatisfied, Song Qiu insisted on explaining. But at this moment, Zhang Dapin and Sun Wu both rushed over. Sun Wu was slightly better off, but after Zhang Dapin saw Song Qiu, his eyes lit up. Especially after hearing Bai Xiaochun's reprimand, Zhang Dapin felt his spirit tremble. He suddenly jumped out. Xiaochun, Queer is still a child. This child has been filial since he was little. It must have been a misunderstanding just now. Don't talk to a child like that. Queer, it's not that Uncle Ben is scolding you. What you did was wrong. Your uncle-in-law came to save you, and you didn't even greet him. However, I know you're a good child who knows your mistakes and can correct them. Come. Go pay your respects to your uncle-in-law first, then come back and pay your respects to me. Your uncle-in-law and I are brothers, and also your elders. In Zhang Dapin's eyes, one could see the excitement in his heart. His words now revealed intense anticipation. Song Quest's face darkened even more. He glared at Zhang Dapin. He felt a surge of anger, his whole body threatening to explode. It was bad enough that Bai Zikun had taken advantage of him. He could tolerate that. But now Zhang Dapin was also trying to take advantage of him. This drove Song Qiu mad, especially after imagining Bai Zikun's friends looking at him later, each calling themselves uncle or grandfather. Song Qiu felt his head reeling. Zhang Dapin. This shout was like Song Qiu trying to vent his frustration. But Zhang Dapin's words were too sharp. Even though Song Qiu didn't want to think about it, his mind uncontrollably conjured up scenes of encountering Bai Zikun's friends. Uncle Batsai, Uncle Tuyu, Auntie Zmei, Uncle Shen Swanzi. For Song Qiu, all of these words were like a heavenly tribulation, causing his body to tremble. His eyes turned red. He didn't dare glare at Bai Xiaochun. Instead, he glared at Zhang Dapin, his breath coming in ragged gasps, as if he would strike viciously at the slightest disagreement. Hearing Song Qiu shout like that, Zhang Dapin was startled. He was also a little nervous. In fact, Song Qiu had built up considerable influence within the bloodstream sect. One can imagine that, being around Bai Xiaochun, Zhang Dapin felt an irresistible urge to see Song Qiu call him uncle. That's why he mustered up the courage and looked over expectantly. He was extremely surprised. He felt he had only taken a small advantage. Why did Song Qiu react so strongly? Such a scene also fell into Sun Wu's eyes. Sun Wu was momentarily stunned. He truly hadn't investigated the situation. In his eyes, Bai Xiaochun was the heavenly human ancestor, and Song Qiu, a nascent soul cultivator, was Bai Xiaochun's junior. In Sun Wu's mind, this was perfectly natural. No wonder Senior Bai was so worried after hearing about this earlier. It turns out Senior Bai's partner is the aunt of this Taoist friend Song. Sun Wu pondered deeply. At the same time, he also felt that Song Quest's actions seemed a little inappropriate. Senior Bai came here to save him out of worrying. This Song Qiu not only didn't appreciate it, but also turned around and left. It's no wonder Senior Bai was angry. After Sun Wu made his judgment, although he felt Zhang Daping's words were somewhat opportunistic, he couldn't completely understand them. Therefore, Sun Wu smiled and glanced at Song Qiu. Then, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth to speak. Finally, I haven't failed Taoist Song's trust. Taoist Song is blessed with good fortune, and it turns out he has such a relationship with Senior Bai. To be able to become Senior Bai's junior, this makes me envious. Song Qiu felt utterly speechless. Zhang Dapin was taking advantage of him. Even Sun Wu was saying such things, but he couldn't refute it. After all, Sun Wu was his life-saving benefactor. All of this made Song-kyu feel extremely wronged. In his distress, the feeling of wanting to go mad intensified. Finally, he couldn't help but want to shout loudly to vent his frustration. But before the shout could escape, Bai Xiaochun sighed. "Alright, Da-pan, don't bully Queer anymore. This child is truly pitiful." Seeing Song-ques's distressed expression, Bai Xiaochun felt a pang of sympathy. "Queer, don't run away alone anymore. Come with me, it'll be much safer that way." Bai Xiaochun's words reached Song-ques's ears, and he felt like crying. Indeed, Bai Xiaochun's words were from the bottom of his heart. After experiencing such extreme distress, suddenly being understood moved Song-kyu deeply. He suddenly felt that Bai Xiaochun treated him far better than Zhang Dapeng. But just as this feeling arose, Bai Xiaochun, seeing Song-ques's emotion, said something else that brought Song-kyu back to his knees. "Don't be upset. Be a good boy, Queer. I won't let anyone else bully you." Bai Xiaochun was startled and quickly stepped forward to comfort him, even reaching out to pat Song-ques's head. Ah! Song-kyu could no longer hold back. He looked up at the sky and roared a few times, venting the endless feeling of injustice and the urge to go mad that was welling up inside him. He felt like he had truly done something terrible for 8 lifetimes. Otherwise, why would he have encountered Bai Xiaochun in this life? From the first time they met until now, he had always lived in a state of injustice. At this moment, amidst the roars, this extremely intense feeling of madness caused his already depleted spiritual power to become uncontrollable, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body then directly fell into a coma. Why did he fall into a coma? Bai Xiaochun felt a terrible headache, and Zhang Dapeng was also dumbfounded. He felt guilty. At the same time, he couldn't understand why Song-kyu couldn't handle such a small joke. "Senior brother, look how angry you've made him." "Sigh, senior brother, carry him." Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, sighing. Zhang Dapeng's face showed a pleading expression. He was full of helplessness. However, he was still incredibly surprised. In his memory, Song-kyu wasn't supposed to be like this. In his distress, he helped Song-kyu up, carried him on his back, and stared at Bai Xiaochun. "Xiaochun, why did you say he was unconscious? Has he fainted before?" Yes, this child Q must have experienced something heartbreaking in the savage wilderness. So every time he's provoked, he faints. "It's nothing. He'll wake up in at most 3 days." Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, hastily ending the topic. He led Zhang Dapeng and Sunwoo, both with astonished expressions, straight into the distance. According to those flying through the swamp, time passed slowly. 10 days flew by. The swamp was nearing its end. The endless plains stretched into the distance. The sky remained gloomy. Although the swamp was calm, Bai Xiaochun had also made some progress along the way. In his hand was a seed. This green seed emitted a chilling aura. Holding it, Bai Xiaochun felt a freezing sensation throughout his body. A few days earlier, he had seen the seed of a flower in the swamp. It was a flower with segments resembling moonlight, half withered and growing alone in the swamp, clearly visible. But when Bai Xiaochun approached it, the flower seemed to possess its own sentience, quickly sinking down as if trying to avoid him. When Bai Xiaochun curiously went closer, the flower emitted an even more terrifying chill. This cold energy is somewhat similar to the cold gate cultivation technique that Bai Xiaochun is practicing. This surprised Bai Xiaochun. He finally managed to obtain the flower after expending some effort, only for it to wither and turn into a seed. After studying it, Bai Xiaochun discovered that during its bloom, the flower could absorb the cold energy from all directions. However, there wasn't much cold energy in this swamp. The flower obviously didn't thrive. "I'll study it a bit more later. Perhaps it can help with my cold energy." "Let's call it the moonlight flower." Bai Xiaochun retrieved the seed and led Zhang Dapeng and the others forward. Along the way, they gradually saw many corpses. Some were from the other 3 sects, while others were from the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect. All of this weighed heavily on the hearts of Zhang Dapeng, Sunwoo, and Bai Xiaochun. Song-kyu had already woken up. He had been sullen ever since. But as time passed, and as he saw more and more corpses inside the swamp, his expression changed repeatedly. What kind of trial ground is this? This question arose repeatedly in everyone's minds. Sunwoo and the others knew very well that if it weren't for Bai Xiaochun, they would definitely not have been able to leave this swamp area alone. Perhaps the so-called trial ground's focus isn't on selecting heavenly venerate disciples, but rather finding the way out, Bai Xiaoqun muttered to himself. To be precise, he had been at this trial ground for almost 2 months. In these 2 months, he had completely figured out that ordinary nascent soul cultivators would find it extremely difficult to leave this area. Only those nascent soul cultivators at the great perfection stage could rely on their combat power and luck to leave the area and enter another one. With just this analysis, Bai Xiaoqun had the answer. If he truly wanted to take disciples, he wouldn't necessarily conduct such a dangerous trial. The answer was described so vividly. The Heavenly Venerate's purpose was to make people find the exit of this place. So, if this judgment holds true, the Heavenly Venerate himself doesn't have the answer. Otherwise, this trial location might be unfamiliar to the Heavenly Venerate. The so-called trial is basically a large number of abandoned people being sent to cast a large net for him, searching for the exit he desires. Even if analyzed like that, the Heavenly Venerate wants to keep this secret, so he used the act of taking disciples as a disguise to lure people here. The more Bai Xiaoqun thought about it, the more terrified he became. His expression turned grim. However, this was just his analysis. Bai Xiaoqun didn't know if it was ultimately accurate. But no matter what, this trial ground is dangerous. Along the way, in the desert, in the swamp, Bai Xiaoqun was startled by what he saw. If it weren't for his divine killing technique, the danger in the swamp would likely be far more intense than it is now. What Bai Xiaoqun was thinking about was actually the same suspicion in the hearts of those who remained in the trial ground. Currently, out of the more than 1,000 people in the trial ground, more than half had already died. The remaining half were all cunning and calculating. Seeing that the level of danger in this trial ground exceeded their imagination, how could they not think of clues within? But even if they thought of them, it was completely useless. Obviously, only finding an exit was the solution. Otherwise, everyone here would be walking step by step towards death. Even someone as powerful as Bai Xiaoqun felt a little pressured. The swamp looked tranquil, but he knew that was only the surface. Several times, he vaguely sensed that deep within the swamp lurked several divine senses that even he found frightening. After these divine senses swept over him, although they didn't show any hostility, they made Bai Xiaoqun understand that even with his divine slaughter technique, he was still in mortal danger in this place. Where exactly is this place? While Bai Xiaoqun was pondering this, they finally emerged from the swamp and entered an endless plain. Within the plain, the wind howled, rustling softly. Only green grass, like waves in the wind, could be seen. Occasionally, some devoured skeletons could be seen on the ground. All of this terrified Zhang Dapin, Song Qiu, and Sun Wu. It seemed that even from these few skeletons, one could see the terrifying signs of this plain. 10 days later, as Bai Xiaoqun led Zhang Dapin and the others flying rapidly across the plain, Bai Xiaoqun's expression suddenly changed. He felt an intense killing intent surge forth. This killing intent was so strong that it even made the air much colder. Suddenly, he looked up, his body recoiling. He urgently shouted, "Senior brother, the 3 of you leave immediately. Don't worry about me." Almost instantly after Bai Xiaoqun's words, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant plain. 2 enormous faces simultaneously appeared. It was the Cloud Thunder Twins. Seeing the enormous faces of the Cloud Thunder Twins high in the sky, Bai Xiaoqun's heart sank. Since entering this trial ground, he had clashed with these Cloud Thunder Twins numerous times. Now, they were finally twins. This gave Bai Xiaoqun a headache. As he retreated, he immediately told Sun Wu and the others to leave first. Bai Xiaoqun, this time you must die. High in the sky, the Cloud Thunder Twins roared like thunder. In an instant, their 2 faces transformed into 2 figures. One of them lunged straight at Bai Xiaoqun, while the other charged towards Zhang Daopeng and his group. Clearly, they not only wanted to kill Bai Xiaoqun on the spot, but also wanted to wipe out Zhang Daopeng and the others, including Song Qiu, who had been protected by Bai Xiaoqun. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing the Cloud Thunder Twins separate, Bai Xiaoqun felt a pang of anxiety. He knew that Zhang Dapin and his group had no way to escape. Therefore, he waved his sleeve and directly collected the 3 into his storage bag. The moment Bai Xiaoqun collected Zhang Dapin and the others, the Cloud Thunder Twins, high in the sky, had a cold glint in their eyes. In truth, the enmity between them and Bai Xiaoqun was too deep. Even though Bai Xiaochun had previously used the divine killing method to shock the Cloud Thunder twins today, with both of them gathered together, filled with boundless worrying and prepared, they didn't hesitate at all. The Cloud Thunder twins immediately attacked again. The younger brother of the Cloud Thunder twins, skilled in speed, moved as if through the void, rushing straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Another Cloud Thunder twin, a peak mid-stage heavenly human, also waved his hand. Countless bolts of lightning roared and transformed. Suddenly, in midair, they converged into a gigantic lightning hand, grabbing towards Bai Xiaochun. Die! The two almost simultaneously exclaimed, their voices echoing in all directions. Bai Xiaochun felt a terrible headache and was utterly terrified. He sensed an intense danger rising within him. He suddenly retreated. Without much thought, he quickly formed a hand seal and waved his hands in front of him. Water swamp. As soon as these words were uttered, the plain was instantly filled with steam. The plain seemed to have become a swamp. Chaos reigned in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's voice echoed again. Country. Amidst the deafening explosion, the world seemed to shatter. The Cloud Thunder twins' expressions changed. They had thought that Bai Xiaochun had used all his techniques during their previous battle, but they hadn't expected that he would unleash such an unfamiliar attack. They were still in the swamp, surrounded on all sides, sensing a danger. At the same time, the heavens and earth rumbled and exploded. From within the swamp below, sharp spikes suddenly rose up like mountains and seas, exploding in all directions. Simultaneously, these sharp spikes transformed into claws and huge feet, ferociously lunging out, emitting deafening roars. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The huge foot directly descended, like the sky falling, creating a powerful momentum that caused the Cloud Thunder twins to completely change color. Cloud Thunder twin, skilled in speed, bore the brunt of it, spitting out fresh blood. His body recoiled. The other Cloud Thunder twin unleashed countless lightning bolts. At this moment, with a low roar, he fully exerted his magic. In the blink of an eye, this huge foot collided with the hand formed by the lightning bolts surrounding it. The heavens trembled. Cracks appeared in the ground. The lightning-infused hand shattered layer by layer. At the same time, the massive foot descending into the swamp, though incredibly powerful, was still facing the Cloud Thunder twins, who had surpassed Chen Ziatie and his group. At this moment, he became indistinct and blurry, until he vanished. As the swamp and the country disappeared, Bai Zikun's figure retreated like lightning. In an instant, he sped into the distance. He knew very well that he could defeat Cloud Thunder twins alone, but with two of them working together, and without him being able to control the divine slaughter, his chances of winning were slim. Using the country to block the swamp, Bai Zikun's speed was incredibly fast, and he appeared on the horizon. Let you taste the pain of being chased. Cloud Thunder twins gritted their teeth, their eyes blazing with intense killing intent. They took a deep breath, and finally, they were drawn to each other. In an instant, their spheres seemed to merge together, transforming from two rainbows into one. Their speed was like lightning. Amidst the deafening sound waves, they charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Looking closely, the two weren't actually fused deeply, but simply joined together, ready to separate at any moment. Even so, their speed surpassed the limits of a mid-stage heavenly human, very close to a late-stage heavenly human. This made Bai Xiaochun even more nervous. During the pursuit, the Cloud Thunder twins continued to fuse. The more they fused, the faster their speed and aura became, making Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingle. They're bullying me. They're glaring at me. Now that they can't defeat me alone, they're ganging up to chase me. 9 Heaven Cloud Thunder sacked. You're going too far. Bai Xiaochun's heart was still pounding. Seeing his opponent catch up in an instant, he immediately activated the Immortal Forbidden's technique again. His speed increased dramatically in a flash. As he flew rapidly, loud explosions erupted behind him. The Cloud Thunder twins, currently fused, were relentlessly attacking. From afar, all that could be seen were thunderous lightning bolts striking down behind Bai Xiaochun, constantly exploding. Each explosion created countless black clouds that spread in all directions. If enveloped by these black clouds, Bai Xiaochun's speed would significantly decrease. At the same time, the Cloud Thunder twins' speed remained astonishing. That, Cloud Thunder Dallas, you shouldn't go too far. I still have a special killer move to deal with you. Once I use it, even I am afraid. Seeing the Cloud Thunder twins relentlessly pursuing him, their momentum growing stronger and stronger, Bai Xiaochun was terrified and hurriedly spoke. But the Cloud Thunder twins only snorted coldly and continued their pursuit. Their killing intent was incredibly intense. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun deployed the mountain-shattering charge, directly dodging the lightning behind him. He then activated the Immortal Forbiddance technique. Relying on his powerful body, he escaped the range of the lightning. But the tension and anxiety in his heart were intense. Indeed, before, under the pond and in the country, he had seen through them. After being with these Cloud Thunder twins, he understood how incredibly powerful they truly were. He also clearly understood that the more they merged, the more astonishing they would become. This can't go on like this. I must find a way to stop them from merging. Damn it, what kind of cultivation technique are these Cloud Thunder twins practicing? How can one person transform into two? Preventing their fusion. Dividing them. Huh? With imminent danger, Bai Xiaochun watched as his opponent closed the distance, racking his brains. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Separation. Bai Xiaochun suddenly became excited. He took a deep breath, maintaining his speed while secretly taking out some separation pills. He immediately slapped his forehead, and the flying shuttle roared out again. He hid the secret pill-making technique inside the flying shuttle and threw it forcefully. This flying shuttle sped straight towards the Cloud Thunder twins. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's voice came from his mouth. Cloud Thunder Taoist, this flying shuttle is yours. Oh, I accidentally picked it up earlier. I thought it was just junk, but it belongs to you, so I'll return it to you. Even the Cloud Thunder twins were somewhat surprised by Bai Xiaochun's words. No matter what, they never imagined that Bai Xiaochun, who had previously acted as if he looked down on all the world's strongest experts, could now utter such words. But in the blink of an eye, while they were still stunned, Bai Xiaochun suddenly formed a hand seal and let out a low roar. Explode! A thunderous roar filled the sky. As the flying shuttle approached the Cloud Thunder twins, it suddenly exploded, creating a large shockwave that instantly engulfed them. During the self-destruction, the separation pill inside also exploded violently, forming a cloud of black mist that spread everywhere. Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate, nor did he even glance back, but instead accelerated his flight, fleeing at breakneck speed. In the instant he increased his speed, a purple bolt of lightning directly shot out from the black mist caused by the exploding flying shuttle. Inside the thunderous aura were the Cloud Thunder twins, their expressions grim, their eyes filled with intense killing intent. Hiding poison, a mere trifle. While I'm merging, I'm immune to all poisons. Both spoke simultaneously, their voices distinct yet strangely merging. When the words reached Bai Xiaochun's ears, they seemed to shake his very soul, causing his expression to change. He sensed that the Cloud Thunder twins were stronger than before. However, his merging process seemed impossible to complete instantly. It was still ongoing, seemingly requiring more time to fully unify. The separation pill is ineffective. Does it only work for men and women? Is it ineffective against them, or is the quantity too small? Bai Xiaochun felt troubled and decided to turn back and fight. But he had a vague intuition that the opponent's twin fusion was happening too slowly. This was clearly a weakness. If it truly existed, then he, too, wouldn't easily reveal it to his opponent. There's definitely a trap. Bai Xiaochun didn't dare to take the gamble. He gritted his teeth, flying headlong, continuing his escape. Behind him, the Cloud Thunder twins frowned, looking at each other. They felt a little regretful that Bai Xiaochun hadn't turned around and charged forward to fight. It was exactly as Bai Xiaochun had predicted. This was a deliberate opening created by the two of them. In reality, fusion was only a matter of moments for them. However, this kind of deep fusion was something Yan Lazy couldn't sustain for too long. That's why he used a strategy to lure Bai Xiaochun into battle. Even if this Bai Xiaochun is cunning, he's undoubtedly going to die today. The Cloud Thunder twins simultaneously snorted coldly, their speed exploding. Amidst the loud explosions, they gradually closed the distance between themselves and Bai Xiaochun. And so, they and Bai Xiaochun sped across the plain, one after the other. Very quickly, a day and a night passed. Bai Xiaochun's physical strength was formidable, and his recovery ability was extraordinary. Therefore, while fleeing, he maintained a rapid speed. When he turned around, he threw out a handful of parting pills. He didn't care whether they could hit young Lazy or not, and directly detonated them, forming a large cloud of black mist. Your grandmother, I don't believe my parting pills won't have some effect on them. Bai Xiaochun was very unwilling, continuously throwing parting pills. If he keeps running like this, won't he be exhausted? Yan Lazy frowned. Seeing Bai Xiaochun still flying rapidly ahead, the two Gemini looked at each other. We can't delay any longer. They took a deep breath, about to make a decision based on their judgment to completely merge. But at this moment, their expressions suddenly changed, and they suddenly looked towards the distant sky. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun also immediately noticed. He gasped for breath and looked back. Immediately, he saw a huge face appear in the distant sky. This face was indistinct, shrouded in black mist. Only its eyes held a profound depth, staring towards the three of them. Heavenly Ghost Sun, the Cloud Thunder twins raised their eyebrows, maintaining their pursuit speed, and approached Bai Xiaochun. The celestial being appearing on this battlefield was indeed Heavenly Ghost Sun. He had been searching for his southern lineage cultivators on this plane, but had sensed a fluctuation here. He immediately looked back. He merely swept his divine consciousness across the area before withdrawing it. Without delay, his huge face in the sky immediately moved away. He saw that the Starry Sky Tao Extreme Sect and the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder Sect were clashing. This had nothing to do with him. He didn't need to help either side. Seeing Heavenly Ghost Sun leave, the Cloud Thunder twins breathed a sigh of relief. Their target was Bai Xiaochun. If the Heavenly Ghost Sun made a move, they obviously wouldn't be able to kill him today. Bai Xiaochun. Just as Qiaguizi was about to flee after Bai Zikun saw him, his eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted, Qiagui Dao friend, stop. Your southern sect has a prodigy named Sunwu. Is that right? Qiaguizi had originally intended to leave, but after hearing these words, his steps halted. High in the sky, his enormous face instantly erupted with a dark, ominous light. He immediately looked towards Bai Zikun. Almost at the moment he looked over, Bai Zikun potted his storage bag, releasing Sunwu, Zhang Daopan, and Song Qiu. Qiaguizi Dao friend, your Sunwu sect was in danger before, and I helped. Will your Long Tengui High sect accept this favor? Qiaguizi was startled, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Sunwu was a prodigy of the southern lineage. Bai Zikun had saved him. This was truly a favor to the southern lineage. If it were at another time, Qiaguizi might have nodded in agreement. However, knowing that the Cloud Thunder twins could merge at any moment, Bai Zikun was at a disadvantage. Qiaguizi thought that even with his help, he probably wouldn't be a match for the Cloud Thunder twins after the merger. This made him hesitate. At the same time, the Cloud Thunder twins heard Bai Zikun's words and their expressions changed. Almost simultaneously, they spoke. Qiaguizi, this is a private matter between us and Bai Zikun. We hope you won't interfere. I will prepare a generous farewell gift later. Almost instantly after the Cloud Thunder twins spoke, a decisive look appeared in Qiaguizi's eyes. His right hand suddenly rose, grabbing towards Sunwu, Zhang Daopan, and Song Qiu. A weak, ghostly voice emanated from his mouth. Fellow Taoist Bai, you saved Sunwu, one of my sect members. Today, I will save two of yours. Not only will I save them, but I will also protect them safely within this trial ground, as a way of repaying your kindness. Hearing the Heavenly Ghost's words, Bai Xiaochun gave a wry smile. He knew that this Heavenly Ghost wouldn't help him without a reason. However, Zhang Daopan and Song Qiu couldn't remain inside the storage bag forever. Their protection by the Heavenly Ghost made Bai Xiaochun feel a little more at ease. He waved his sleeve. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun secretly instructed Zhang Daopan and Song Qiu. Amidst the two's anxiety, and with Bai Xiaochun's cooperation, the three of them Sunwu, and the others were instantly carried away by the Heavenly Ghost Sun. Without a moment's hesitation, the Heavenly Ghost Sun swept them away, flying rapidly into the distance. The moment the Heavenly Ghost Sun departed, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Cloud Thunder twins. They were in the process of merging, their minds now connected. Almost instantly, their bodies were in midair, rapidly undergoing the final fusion. Their bodies were originally one with a larger left side and a withered right side, and the other with a larger right side and a withered left side. Now, after merging, it was visible to the naked eye that they had transformed from two people into one. The point of fusion was the withered part of the Cloud Thunder twins' bodies. In the time it takes to breathe, an earth-shattering force surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings, forming a storm that seemed intent on conquering heaven and earth. This wind was ferocious, its magnitude reaching thousands of feet, boundless and endless. At the center of the storm, a figure suddenly appeared. His body was incredibly imposing, like a mighty immortal or demon. This figure was tall and powerful, his eyes gleaming with divine power, radiating an aura of intimidation without even showing anger. His long, dark hair, billowing in the wind, added to the gloomy atmosphere in his eyes. From head to toe, he exuded an indescribable malevolence. The surrounding void seemed to tremble, cracks appearing in it, as if unable to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from this figure. Even with his strong will, a mere gesture of raising his head instantly caused thunder to surge. Within the 8 directions of heaven and earth, Bai Xiaochun's will was instantly driven out. Powerful. Extraordinarily powerful. In Bai Xiaochun's perception, after this Yanlei emerged, his cultivation had surpassed the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm, reaching the late stage of the heavenly human realm. He was even very close to the great perfection of the heavenly human realm. At this moment, the pressure emanating from the opponent caused Bai Xiaochun's entire body to tremble violently, his breath coming in short gasps, not to mention his body rapidly retreating. But the moment he retreated, Yanlei reached his complete state, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. Almost as soon as this mocking expression appeared, he took a step forward. Instantly, the heavens and earth beneath his feet seemed to be compressed into a single inch. With that step, he suddenly appeared beside Bai Xiaochun. He raised his right hand and swung it forcefully. This was just a casual swing, yet instantly a devastating force erupted, transforming into countless black arcs of light that hurtled straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's skin felt like it was about to explode. His entire body seemed to be screaming in agony. He used all his strength to block it. Boom! The collision echoed, shaking the heavens. Blood gushed from Bai Xiaochun's mouth. His body, like a kite with its string cut, was sent flying 1,000 feet away by the force of Yanlei's swing. After this guy's fusion, he's become this powerful. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. After that last blow, if his body hadn't been so incredibly strong, he would have been shattered and annihilated. He secretly felt fortunate that he had only used the parting pill and not the aphrodisiac pill. Otherwise, it would have been truly dangerous. Before he could even regain his balance, Yanlei's voice echoed throughout the 8 directions of heaven and earth. Bai Zikun, I said you'd die today, and you absolutely won't live past tomorrow. This voice, like a biting cold snow, descended in all directions. At the same time, Yanlei took another step forward. In an instant, he directly caught up with Bai Zikun, intending to attack. But just as those words left his mouth, in the blink of an eye, Yanlei's expression suddenly changed. A second voice emerged from his mouth. Brother, we are not suitable. Forcing ourselves together will not bring happiness. These inexplicable words came from Yanlei's mouth. Then, in that instant, his body trembled several times. His perfectly fused body appeared in overlapping images. It seemed that this Yanlei twin brother was using all his strength to try and separate from this fused body. Even in the blink of an eye, Yanlei's expression changed rapidly. First, he was stunned, then disgust, next, fear. Finally, his face showed disbelief. What's happening? Yanlei's heart trembled wildly, completely bewildered. He had never encountered anything like this in his life. At this moment, the 2 wills within his body seemed to be extremely repelling each other. His aura was clearly unstable, as if it could shatter at any moment, giving off a chaotic feeling. Even his most powerful assistants were starting to attack each other. Seeing this, Bai Zikun was overjoyed and extremely excited. If they weren't in a state of stalemate, he would have probably been gesticulating wildly. The separation pill is effective. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment Yanlei's body showed signs of splitting, Bai Zikun shouted loudly. Then, his body instantly transformed into an incredibly tall figure, clad in imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown. An unparalleled, earth-shattering aura emanated from him. Moreover, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in his right palm. The moment this black hole appeared, it instantly sucked away all of Bai Xiaochun's life force, leaving him utterly lifeless, his eyes vacant. Yet, the waves emanating from his right hand grew stronger and stronger. The void twisted and warped, as if seeking to destroy the world, creating endless ripples that shook the entire plane, causing the surrounding grass to quickly collapse. It was as if divine power had descended, finally condensing into that one punch, 5 times stronger. The immortal Emperor's fist. With one punch, the heavens and earth roared. The supreme will emanating from Bai Xiaoqun merged with the domineering Emperor's shadow behind him, making the punch like a falling star. With a loud bang, it hurtled straight towards Yan Lazy. Facing imminent danger, Yan Lazy's mind was violently shaken. Inside, 2 wills were fiercely struggling. Outside, Bai Xiaoqun's attack terrified him. In an instant, Yan Lazy's advantage was on the verge of shattering. All of this happened too quickly, leaving Yan Lazy with no way to react. However, he was ultimately a celestial being with many years of experience. At this moment, his entire body emitted a burning sound. His hair instantly turned gray, using the method of burning his lifespan to completely suppress the effects of the parting pill in his body for a short period. Yanlei Ancestor's 6th transformation. Yanlei Ancestor's 7th transformation. The 8th transformation of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor. Yan Lazy roared softly. In that instant, the aura around him was earth-shattering, exploding with power. His body also became more robust. He grew to a size of 8 to 10 jam, approximately 30 meters, his entire being radiating an extremely savage aura, as if the ancestor of humanity had descended to the world at this moment. His body was strong, filled with wild madness. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes showed a struggle and madness. The entire sky trembled. The entire plane shook. At this moment, he even surpassed the will of heaven, transforming into the laws of heaven and earth. Annihilation. The thunder roared, striking down. Like the collision of heaven and earth, Bai Xiaoqun's immortal emperor fist swept towards the 8 directions of the void. Using his physical strength as the foundation, relying on the supreme and domineering method, he unleashed 5 times the power, forming a world-destroying blow that threatened to bring down even the stars. Yan Lazy transformed into the human ancestor, simultaneously a top-tier divine technique. If it were due to his own structure, similar to a Dharma form, after merging with himself, it would form the human ancestor's body, like a complete metamorphosis. The human ancestor, that's legendary. In all the origins of the Tongshan world, even if he transformed into the human ancestor, he would fundamentally be no match for a true human ancestor. But as long as he possessed even a trace of the human ancestor's power, it would be enough to make Yan Lazy unshake the heavens and earth, enough to sweep across all 8 directions. In a deafening explosion, the stars and lightning directly collided in that instant. In a short period of time, the heavens and earth exploded. The deafening explosion spread across the plane, giving rise to an unimaginable shockwave. As this shockwave spread, half the plane seemed to be swept away by a whirlwind. In an instant, countless plants and trees were directly reduced to dust. Many hidden beings within the plains were also dying in an instant. This even attracted the attention of many cultivators within the trial grounds. What's happening? My God, this wave of energy. Is this a battle between celestial beings? Even if I were a celestial being, I couldn't possibly generate such a powerful wave of energy. Everyone within the trial grounds was terrified by the wave of energy. Heavenly Ghost Sun, who was flying rapidly through the air, suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at the battlefield, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yan Lazy's strength is undeniable, but this Bai Xiaoqun, he can actually confront him and cause such a shockwave. Heavenly Ghost Sun took a deep breath, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. At this very moment, near the edge of the plain, in the area close to the forest, Du Lingfei and her group of eccentric young men were moving forward. They had already passed through deserts, swamps, and forests. Their destination now was this plain. When the wave of energy reached her, Du Lingfei noticed it and looked over. "Don't worry about it," the eccentric young man beside her said indifferently, almost instantly after Du Lingfei looked back, as if even this level of energy couldn't fully capture his attention. Du Lingfei nodded in response. She could only sense that the wave of energy wasn't too far from her location, but she couldn't pinpoint its source. Without further thought, she entered the plane. Meanwhile, the battle between Yan Lazy and Hai Zikun was also terrifying. Loud explosions erupted, and overwhelming divine abilities rained down. The ground shattered, directly sinking into the earth. At the same time, Bai Zikun frantically spat out blood, his body thrown violently by a powerful force. In midair, his blood continued to gush out uncontrollably. Everything went black before his eyes. His body was weak and powerless, as if he had lost even the strength to lift his arm. Fortunately, although his physical strength was depleted, his cultivation remained. At this moment, his cultivation dissipated, allowing him to barely control his body, transforming into a rainbow and rapidly flying away. His aura was unstable. His mind was trembling violently. That previous blow had truly unleashed immense power, and Yan Leizi's divine abilities were even more astonishing, causing Bai Zikun's immortal Emperor Fist to shatter for the first time under the external force. Similarly shattered was Yan Leizi's ancestor's body. Bai Zikun's immortal Emperor Fist could crush a mid-stage heavenly human. Even a late-stage heavenly human couldn't help but show signs of shock and disbelief. For Yan Leizi, he had a huge advantage. Although he hadn't completely crushed him, he could have easily neutralized Bai Zikun's attack. However, his current state was even worse than Bai Zikun's. His body was trembling. The fused state was rapidly collapsing, and incomprehensible words were coming from his mouth. Brother, let's separate. From now on, you are you, and I am me. Brother, you can't do this. We are one. All of this drove Yan Leizi mad. In the fused state, his soul was complete. But within this completeness, it felt as if he was split in two. The constant repulsion between them drove him to the brink of madness. His body felt the same way. At times it seemed to split apart. At other times it would merge back together. This unbearable sensation made him feel like he was about to shatter. Finally, Yan Leizi looked up to the sky and roared, finally unleashing a secret technique, forcefully suppressing the will of the other person within his body. Afterward, his body could no longer maintain the complete fusion state, and his aura plummeted. At the same time, just like at the beginning, as if reluctantly merging, his eyes turned bloodshot. He raised his head forcefully and roared even louder, Bai Zikun, I want to kill you. His breath came in ragged gasps. His speed was incredibly fast, and he swiftly pursued Bai Zikun. Seeing the powerful separation pill in Yan Leizi's hand, Bai Zikun gasped. He secretly felt very fortunate to have the separation pill. Otherwise, Yan Leizi in his fully fused state, even just thinking about it was terrifying. In fact, after Yan Leizi's powerful fusion, he became so strong that Bai Zikun felt he had no way to defeat him. Even the immortal Emperor Fist is useless. Do I really have to use the divine slaughter technique? While Bai Zikun was pondering, the thought of the harmful effects of the divine slaughter technique gave him a terrible headache. He's being too arrogant. Before, when we fought, it was 2 against 1. Now it's the same. If he has the guts, let's have a one-on-one fight. Bai Zikun was filled with resentment, but he was helpless, only able to feel extremely frustrated. Damn it, it seems the amount of separation pill is still too little. I'll give him more. Bai Xiaochun's mind raced, frantically searching for a way to save himself. Behind him, a loud explosion rang out. Suddenly, bolts of lightning struck. Bai Xiaochun felt a tingling sensation in his scalp and narrowly dodged. Then, he directly threw out a handful of parting pills. As soon as these pills appeared, Yan Leizi's heart also raced, and he quickly dodged. He was now truly afraid of Bai Xiaochun's pills. This guy's pills are too insidious. Yan Leizi gritted his teeth. He now realized that the reason he had suffered so much was because he had previously absorbed the pills from the mist Bai Xiaochun had created. Just thinking that Bai Xiaochun's pills could affect him, Yan Leizi's heart trembled and his killing intent intensified. At this moment, they were locked in a relentless chase, reaching the edge of the plain. In the distance, a forest could be vaguely seen. Seeing Yan Leizi's relentless pursuit, a look of madness appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He decided to take a risk and unleash his divine slaughter technique. This was his last desperate attempt. But just as Bai Xiaochun was about to shatter and perish from the drop of immortal blood in his body, he suddenly saw a group of people appear near the edge of the distant plain. Bai Xiaochun recognized them. It was Du Lingfei and a strange young man. There were also several guards surrounding them. They had once accidentally encountered Bai Xiaochun and Yan Leizi in the desert. Now, after several months, they had finally appeared in the forest. The moment Bai Xiaochun saw Du Lingfei and her group, Du Lingfei also saw Bai Xiaochun. After a moment of surprise, she instantly saw Yan Lazy behind Bai Xiaochun, his aura overwhelming and ferocious, chasing after him. Yan Lazy also noticed Du Lingfei's group. As a celestial ancestor of the Nine Heavens-clad Thunder sect who had been there for many years, he knew Du Lingfei's identity well. Even if he were incredibly powerful, he wouldn't dare act rashly in front of Du Lingfei. Therefore, his pursuit of Bai Xiaochun slowed down slightly. However, he didn't stop. After all, he saw this as a personal feud between himself and Bai Xiaochun. The Tongshan Island had never interfered in such personal vendettas, so despite his respect, he wouldn't give up the pursuit. He only thought that explaining things would suffice. Immortal Du, this matter is between me and Bai Xiaochun. While rapidly pursuing, Yan Lazy didn't forget to bow respectfully to Du Lingfei. But before he could finish, Bai Xiaochun uttered a sentence that nearly sent Yan Lazy plummeting from midair. "Wife, save me, wife!" Before Du Lingfei could react, Bai Xiaochun suddenly became overjoyed, as if he had found a way out of a desperate situation, and rushed straight towards Du Lingfei. At the same time, he shouted even louder. Bai Xiaochun's voice was fervent, echoing in all directions. Because of his excitement, his voice sounded passionate, full of heartfelt sincerity that touched people's hearts. However, when this voice reached Du Lingfei's ears, even she herself was momentarily stunned. Not to mention the guards surrounding her. Each of them widened their eyes, their faces showing disbelief, staring blankly at Bai Xiaochun, who was now running like crazy. And then there was the young man beside Du Lingfei. At this moment, his eyes flashed, coldly staring at Bai Xiaochun. But the shock everyone was experiencing was concentrated in one place, yet it was still far from matching Yan Lazy's feelings. His whole body was reeling. A surreal feeling, even surpassing the chaos caused by the previous parting of ways. His body trembled, his eyes widened. His expression showed utter disbelief. He even felt that the words he had heard earlier were all an illusion. What did you call fairy do? Yan Lazy's breathing became so rapid that his words were incoherent. His tone changed, and he cried out in shock. Seeing that his single sentence had frightened Yan Lazy, who had previously been invincible and incredibly powerful, into this state, Bai Zikun was also extremely excited and even more triumphant. After taking a few quick steps, he stood directly in front of Du Lingfei. With such an arrogant demeanor, Bai Xiaochun looked at Yan Lazy and shouted loudly, "Didn't you hear what I just said? This is my wife, HMPH. Do you know who my father-in-law is? I'll tell you, Yan Lazy. I didn't say it before because I, Bai Xiaochun, always keep things hidden. But you've gone too far. There's no way around it. I had to let my wife come to my rescue. Now, you must have realized the identity of my father-in-law." "That's right, my father-in-law is the head of Tongshan Island, Lord Heavenly Venerate." Bai Xiaochun's voice was so loud it echoed in all directions. These words, like a mountain, directly struck Yan Lazy's heart, causing his face to change drastically, his breath to stop, and his eyes to almost pop out. His entire nervous system seemed to be in complete disarray. In his mind, besides the shock, there was still more shock. He could never have imagined in his wildest dreams that after chasing Bai Xiaochun for so long, he would have such a status, such background, such position. Especially thinking about how he had dared to chase after the son-in-law of a heavenly venerate just now, he felt as if the sky was falling. He was simply unwilling to accept it. I was so close to catching him, so close to killing him today. Why did it have to be like this? Yan Lazy felt like his head was about to explode. He couldn't believe any of this. But Du Lingfei stood there, though stunned. She didn't utter a single word of rebuttal, making Yan Lazy's heart tremble. Du Lingfei's cheeks were faintly flushed, as if she were angry, glaring at Bai Xiaochun. But this gaze, this expression, shattered the last glimmer of hope in Yan Lazy's heart. Therefore, he didn't notice that when Bai Xiaochun mentioned that the heavenly venerate was his father-in-law, the expression of the young man beside Du Lingfei became somewhat strange. Bai Xiaochun's expression became even more excited. Seeing Yan Lazy's stunned and frightened appearance, he felt extremely pleased. He thought if he hadn't been afraid to say it, if he had told Yan Lazy that he had a father-in-law who was a demigod and a disciple who was the underworld emperor, he wondered if he could have completely scared Yan Lazy to death today. "Humph, dare to tease me. Bai Xiaochun enthusiastically exclaimed. The frustration and resentment he felt earlier when he was chased were now released. He felt incredibly exhilarated from head to toe. Actually, the last time he was chased by Young Lazy was too terrible. He used every method but couldn't escape and was almost beaten to death. Having survived the accident, he made a magnificent comeback. This made Bai Xiaochun feel that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Young Lazy, we won't let you get away with what happened today. Bai Zikun waved his sleeve, speaking arrogantly. If I didn't want to reveal my identity, I could have killed you long ago. But you've been too arrogant and disrespectful. I'll remember this. Just you wait. Bai Zikun's voice grew louder. Young Lazy's face turned even paler, his eyes vacant. Even now, he felt like he was dreaming. I offended the son-in-law of a heavenly venerate. Thinking of this, Young Lazy was on the verge of tears. He was afraid. He couldn't help but be afraid. A heavenly venerate in the Tongshan continent was like an emperor. His son-in-law was the consort. To put it directly, that was a rank equivalent to a demigod. He was just a celestial being. He could decide the life and death of others with a mere thought. And that wasn't an exaggeration at all. Young Lazy's heart was filled with unease. His mind was shaken, and his body couldn't maintain its fused state. In an instant, he reverted to his twin form, his face particularly pale. With a bitter expression, he looked towards Bai Zikun, bowing and clasping his hands, wanting to explain. Just then, the young man beside Du Ling Fei coughed, not even glancing at Bai Zikun, and stepped forward. Du Ling Fei had recovered her composure, giving Bai Zikun a half smile. She paused briefly, then looked up at Young Lazy, her smile gone, replaced by a haughty, aloof demeanor. She spoke indifferently. Young Lazy, Zikun is prone to muddled thinking. His words and actions aren't necessarily the truth. However, there seems to be some kind of conflict between you two. It's better to resolve this if possible. These words were very serious, as if telling Young Lazy that Bai Zikun's previous words were just a joke. But Young Lazy didn't see it that way. He truly saw the difference from Du Ling Fei's way of addressing him. Du Ling Fei called him Taoist Young Lazy, but called Bai Zikun Zikun. This form of address was enough to make it clear. Young Lazy's heart trembled. At the same time, Du Ling Fei seemed worried that Young Lazy might misunderstand, so she walked up to Bai Zikun and even in front of Young Lazy, adjusted Bai Zikun's robe slightly, whispering a few words softly. At this moment, she didn't even glance at Young Lazy and left with the young men and the guards. This scene was clearer than anything else. Young Lazy gasped, his vision blurring. Bai Zikun's eyes widened. Before Du Lingfei left, she softly uttered a few words, all very ordinary. She only told him to be careful and that she had matters to attend to. But this demeanor greatly satisfied Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, he crossed his arms, tilted his chin, and arrogantly looked towards Young Lazy. The Young Lei twins were filled with bitterness, standing there and exchanging glances. Then they didn't know how to handle the situation. This matter had truly occurred, catching them completely off guard. One moment they were ready to fight and kill, but the next, the other party's status had reversed so drastically. They groaned inwardly. They were extremely dissatisfied with Bai Xiaochun, secretly thinking that this must have been Bai Xiaochun's doing. Otherwise, if he had revealed the truth earlier, they wouldn't be in such a passive position. This Bai family's greatest killer move isn't that punch, nor the blood mist that caused him to lose his sanity, nor that bizarre elixir, but his relationship with the heavenly venerate. So what do we do? While the Cloud Thunder twins were pondering, Bai Xiaochun remained calm, crossing his arms and tilting his chin, occasionally letting out a cold snort. Although he didn't speak, this demeanor made the Cloud Thunder twins feel even more pressured. If it were someone else, they would have simply left. But they had offended Bai Xiaochun terribly before. Now that Bai Xiaochun had revealed his identity, they couldn't help but think about the sect. That, Brother Bai, the previous matter was a misunderstanding. That's right, that's right. Haha, our Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect and your Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect are sworn enemies. The Cloud Thunder twins, embarrassed, quickly spoke up. It's just that in their entire lives, neither of them had the time to proactively ask for help from others. At this moment, both their words and expressions were very awkward. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He immediately sensed that the Cloud Thunder twins lacked sincerity. However, he knew his limits. He understood that he couldn't defeat them anyway. Although somewhat unwilling, he knew he had to back down when things had turned for the better. So he cleared his throat. Okay, if it was a misunderstanding, I won't hold it against you. However, along the way, you've chased me relentlessly, causing me to lose a heavenly human soul and a set of Cloud Thunder ancestors' 100 transformations divine abilities. Oh dear. Bai Xiaochun coughed as he spoke, instantly turning his gaze back towards the Cloud Thunder twins. The Cloud Thunder twins were also feeling disheartened, secretly cursing Bai Xiaochun for his shamelessness. But this divine ability was a secret technique of the northern lineage. They couldn't possibly give it to Bai Xiaochun. Even though they were in a passive position, they could only politely refuse. However, the Cloud Thunder twins understood that if they didn't give Bai Xiaochun some justice, it would be very difficult to resolve the situation. Therefore, one of them gritted his teeth and took out a crystal from his storage bag. Sealed inside was a stream of heavenly human soul. My heavenly human soul is with you? Bai Xiaochun was immediately overjoyed, thinking that Li Xiandao's method was indeed effective. He quickly reached out and took it. After examining it briefly, Bai Xiaochun frowned. Brother Yanlei twins, you're really going too far. I clearly remember throwing in along with the heavenly human soul a large quantity of spirit stones, 70 or 80 supreme treasures, and countless elixirs, Bai Xiaochun said, staring blankly at the Yanlei twins. Hearing this, the Yanlei twins were furious, but they had no choice but to suppress their anger. They truly felt that what Bai Xiaochun wanted was far too much. Damn it, why doesn't this guy just go die? How can he shamelessly claim he threw in so much stuff? All of this could fill a warehouse. How did he throw it all in? Although the two felt wronged, they were helpless and could only grit their teeth. After a while of arguing, they reluctantly gave Bai Xiaochun a small amount, their faces turning dark. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun felt smug. He didn't make things difficult anymore. He was about to speak, but at that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, like a dragon turning over. Numerous loud explosions, surpassing even thunder, rumbled in all directions. It seemed as if the sky was falling. The immense force surpassed the battle between Bai Xiaochun and Yanlei Zi by more than 10 times. Moreover, the shaking wasn't limited to this plane. It also affected the forests, swamps, and deserts. In a single instant, the entire trial ground shook violently. An extraordinary change occurred. The entire trial ground, whether desert, swamp, plain, or forest, was shaking violently. The ground churned, and the sky changed color. Currently, within this trial ground, only a few hundred nascent soul cultivators remain. To survive in such a terrifyingly dangerous place, one must possess extraordinary luck or exceptional mental and cultivation abilities. However, no matter how confident they were all violently shaken by the sudden changes in the heavens and earth. Not only them, but even the living beings within this trial ground trembled with fear, as if a great calamity had befallen them. In a short time, countless mournful screams echoed throughout the trial ground. What's happening? The ground is shaking. The sky is filled with swirling clouds. What's going on? The hundreds of cultivators who had endured until now and were still alive were mostly no longer alone, but huddled together in groups of 5 or 6. Especially important was exchanging information and communicating with each other. In this dangerous place, being ignorant of what was happening outside would put oneself at even greater risk. At this moment, all those who could communicate with each other changed their expressions, took out their jade slips, and immediately transmitted messages to inquire about each other's intentions. Gradually, a shocking piece of news spread. Someone discovered an exit from the trial site in the desert. After he opened it, a barrier formed, requiring everyone's combined strength to break through the barrier before they could leave this place. This news was like a thunderclap, instantly striking the hearts of everyone who knew about it. Originally, the danger of the trial site had caused many to consider giving up. But now, with the appearance of the exit, countless people's eyes reddened, and their hearts were violently shaken. Regardless of whether they still wanted to make the trip or the monks had given up on leaving this place, in this instant, everyone suddenly looked towards the desert. Almost simultaneously, anyone who heard this news, no matter where they were, instantly unleashed their highest speed, rushing straight towards the desert. Bai Lin, Zhao Jianzhao, and other powerful figures from various sects did the same. Inside the swamp, Tiaguizi's eyes flashed. His body instantly transformed into a strange mist, carrying Sun Wu and Zhang Dapan's group rushing towards the desert. Inside the forest, the old man with the immortal aura of a celestial being from the Hansen Taidu sect also had a flash in his eyes. His entire body transformed into a shooting star, as if wanting to tear through the void, and directly disappeared. In the plains, at this moment, Du Lingfei's group all looked towards the desert, especially the young man, whose eyes now shone with intense light, as if suppressing the excitement in his heart. "Finally, I've found it," he murmured softly, then looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. At this moment, the aura around him seemed about to erupt, but he suppressed it. He waved his sleeve, instantly enveloping everyone. He unleashed a power even greater than that of a celestial being, and in the blink of an eye, he was far away. At the same time, within the desert, a woman with a smile on her face, whose expression was enigmatic, sat atop a gigantic sandworm. With a casual gesture of her right hand, the sandworm withered, instantly transforming into black mist. It was drawn into her finger, and as she looked around, suddenly tens of thousands of sandworms, seemingly ordinary yet incredibly ferocious, were now trembling with fear, just like the aura emanating from the woman that made them shiver. "You little worms, you were only used to capture these 3 demons before. I didn't expect that after so many years, you've all grown so big." The woman chuckled softly. Turning her head, she revealed incredibly smooth, captivating hair and a radiant smile. "It's Hou Xiaomei." If Bai Xiaochun were to see Hou Xiaomei with his own eyes at this moment, even he would likely connect this figure with the strange aura to Hou Xiaomei. But she's finally returned. Hou Xiaomei covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes suddenly, 2 eerie eyes peering within them. With a soft laugh, her body flashed, and she dashed deep into the desert. She hurriedly flew towards the discovered exit, speeding along. At this moment, the entire trial ground was filled with swirling winds and clouds. Meanwhile, at the edge of the plain, Bai Xiaochun and the Cloud Thunder twins, both quick-witted, learned the reason for the situation through their jade slips. "We've found the exit." The Cloud Thunder twins' eyes widened. Without waiting for Bai Xiaochun, they both turned and transformed into 2 streaks of rainbow light, hurtling away. Bai Xiaochun was also stunned. The person transmitting the message to him was Zhang Dapeng. With the help of Jia Guizi, Zhang Dapeng's transmission range was slightly wider than before. Bai Xiaochun looked at Zhang Dapeng's message, his heart also shaken. "The exit is in the desert, but I came out of the desert, and yet I didn't find you, B." Bai Xiaochun suddenly regretted not investigating more thoroughly in the desert. "It's too late to say anything now," Bai Xiaochun sighed. He understood that the appearance of the exit had attracted so much attention, drawing everyone to it. And he was so far away, practically having no chance. Bai Xiaochun felt a little unwilling. If the exit were in other areas, it would have been fortunate. But she was right there in the middle of the desert. "No, even if I'm late, I'll still take a quick look." Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely and sighed. He hurriedly flew towards the desert. Along the way, before Bai Xiaochun could get close, this strange phenomenon appeared again. Amidst a loud explosion, a powerful aura, so intense that even in the plains he could feel it, suddenly emanated from the direction of the desert. The distant horizon turned yellow. A vaguely visible area in the desert, like a massive halo, appeared, enveloping everything in 8 directions, acting as a protective barrier. Bai Xiaochun could see this halo, but he could vaguely discern some trickery from the color of the horizon. He was instantly terrified. Where exactly is this exit? And there's even a protective barrier. At the moment Bai Xiaochun was startled, the yellow light that had appeared suddenly seemed to diminish by 3/4. With the swamp, plain, and forest areas all in one place, they were all decaying and quickly withering. Bai Xiaochun was in the plain area. He saw the endless green grass on the land. In an instant, it withered and died, revealing the dark ground beneath. All the native creatures in this plain trembled. Their bodies seemed to shrivel, and in a flash, the entire plain had become a death zone. The black mud seemed to have lost all its nutrients, cracking and drying up. This scene shocked Bai Xiaochun, leaving him with a numb scalp. Not only the plain, but also the swamp. All the creatures there had died. The swamp dried up, revealing the ground with creaking sounds. Amidst the rumbling, countless cracks seemed to appear. Even Bai Xiaojun, who had never been through the forest before, was now completely bewildered. All of this happened in a short time. The entire trial ground, except for the desert, had become a death zone. It wasn't just Bai Xiaojun who was terrified. At this moment, all the cultivators who had fled the desert were trembling. Looking at the withered ground, the enormous cracks on the surface, everyone felt a sense of unease. What kind of place is this? A thick aura of death surrounded them, and this was the only place to contact the Central Command Center. The rumbling sound spread. This aura intensified, making the whole world seem to darken, filled with terrifying majesty, like a ghostly realm. This change was too sudden, too fast. The sky also became hoarse, and the clouds were invisible. All that could be seen was the sky darkening, as if concealing countless vengeful spirits, greedily engulfing the land. As the three large areas withered and died, the halo over the desert became increasingly clear. At the same time, he paid much more attention than before. It was precisely because of this that the earth demons were all flying towards the desert, faster. Most of them were no longer just disciples of heavenly venerables who wanted to do something. In their minds, intense thoughts surged, and Bai Xiaojun immediately became tense, his breath quickening as he looked around. The cold aura of the yin earth felt somewhat familiar to him, but he didn't have time to think much, quickly moving forward. After several hours, when Bai Xiaojun entered the swamp, he was about to fly faster. At the moment he was in the desert, he suddenly looked towards the distant land. Far away on the ground, a white light occasionally flickered, a crack in the earth above the great flame. It was easily noticeable. Previously, the swamp, concealed by mud and endless decay, obscured this white light, making it unremarkable. But today, following the withered ground, tracing the crack, this white light suddenly became clear. What is it? Bai Xiaojun was startled, his body changing direction, instantly reaching the white light in the air. When he looked down, his right hand shook, and rubble rose up, revealing the artifact he had buried there. It was a coin. Upon seeing this coin, Bai Xiaojun's eyes widened in an instant. In a flash, a thunderous roar surged through his mind. Impossible! Bai Xiaojun's breathing became rapid and heavy, as if thunderbolts were resounding in his head. The shock he felt had surpassed everything. Even when he entered this trial ground and felt the danger of this land was beyond his imagination, the shock and fear he felt now were still far from what he was experiencing. At this moment, truly, he was completely overwhelmed by the coin that appeared before him. After a moment, Bai Xiaojun's mind still couldn't calm down. He raised his right hand, picked up the coin, and examined it carefully. His expression changed constantly. His mind was even more intensely shaken. How could this be? Bai Xiaojun murmured softly. This coin, it's the divine calculators. It even has the 3 words divine calculator engraved on it. Bai Xiaojun immediately remembered. Previously, when the divine calculator threw the coin, he had sorrowfully said it was his treasure. His name was even engraved on it. Holding the coin, Bai Xiaojun's body trembled uncontrollably. He remembered very clearly that he, Songqiu, and the divine calculator were once in the forbidden zone of life, on that strange bone boat. At his suggestion, the divine calculator took out this coin, wanting to see if it was possible to leave this ghostly boat. But due to an unexpected incident, the coin rolled from his hand into a crack in the boat. Even on the 1st, 2nd, or even 3rd floor of the bone ship, Bai Xiaojun couldn't see that coin. It seemed to have vanished into thin air. But now, he could find this coin inside this trial ground. This made Bai Xiaojun's heart tremble, his breath catching in his throat. At the same time, he suddenly looked up at the sky. He felt his scalp tingle, and his entire body, from head to toe, was now completely cold. Where exactly is this place? Bai Xiaojun swallowed hard, looking at the extremely gloomy sky. A shocking thought flashed through his mind, growing stronger and stronger. In the end, Bai Xiaojun's face turned pale. Could this trial ground be the bone ship? Bai Xiaojun's heart was violently shaken. He clearly wanted to tell himself that this was impossible. After all, one was on Tongshan Island, the other in the forbidden zone of life. One was the trial ground, the other the bone ship. No matter how he looked at it, no matter how he speculated, there was no way to connect these two places, let alone merge the bone ship with the trial ground. But this coin appeared, shattering everything. If this really is the bone ship, then the heavenly venerate's purpose in bringing the cultivators of the four lineages here, the reason they found the exit, seems to explain it. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more terrified he became. He sensed that a shocking secret was hidden within this bone ship and this trial ground. But what exactly is this secret? Bai Xiaochun simply didn't want to investigate it. In his still fresh memory, it was on the third floor of the bone ship, at the dressing table, sitting in front of the mirror. The long-haired female ghost with no facial features and a broken arm. Fortunately, the protective jade pendant that my grandfather guarded the tomb is still here. Bai Xiaochun was terrified, hastily patting his storage bag. After confirming that the jade pendant was still there, he breathed a sigh of relief. But just thinking about that female ghost still made his hair stand on end. Maybe I'm mistaken. Bai Xiaochun showed a pleading expression, muttering to himself. He couldn't help but recall the memories of the bone ship, remembering that the last time he looked at it, the shape of the giant bone ship seemed to have more than just 3 floors. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun became even more frightened. At this moment, he raised his head and looked up into the air. The unimaginable shock still lingered in his eyes. Could it be the 3rd level above? Bai Xiaochun frowned, his brow furrowed. He deliberately avoided thinking about this matter and hurried away. But he felt extremely uneasy. It must be a coincidence. If this really is the bone ship, then where the coin fell, there must be a crack indicating an exit. I just need to search. If I can't find the exit, then I'm just scaring myself. After taking several deep breaths, Bai Xiaochun hesitated, but still cautiously chose to ascend into the air. He didn't really want to confirm this. The unease in his heart made it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, in his restless anxiety, his figure flashed, directly soaring into the air, relentlessly rushing forward, as if wanting to fly to the very edge of the sky. His speed wasn't fast on the upward flight. His consciousness spread out comprehensively, his eyes constantly scanning in all directions. He flew for a long time, but saw nothing in the surrounding void. Not even a crack. The entire void in the sky, although extremely murky, was remarkably intact. This caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to gradually calm down. Ha, it must be a coincidence, Bai Xiaochun chuckled. He searched for a long time again, but ultimately found nothing. Afterwards, although he breathed a sigh of relief, a new question arose. Is this another coin, or did someone throw this coin here? Both options made Bai Xiaochun feel that something was amiss, but he had no other clues. At this moment, in his hesitation, he thought about going to the desert to see what the situation was like. The matter of a one-on-one duel should be left to others. With that thought in mind, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and flew forward. But before he could fly far, Bai Xiaochun's body suddenly stopped. His eyes widened and his body began to tremble. His expression suddenly changed and he stared intently ahead. In front of him, the void looked normal, but when his divine consciousness swept over it, he suddenly sensed a crack appearing and disappearing. This crack wasn't large, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Even if Bai Xiaochun wasn't very close and his divine consciousness wasn't so sharp, he wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. Another nascent soul cultivator would be even less likely to detect it. Unless there was a powerful celestial being like Bai Xiaochun here carefully searching all around the designated area, it would be very difficult to detect such a crack. There really is a crack. Bai Xiaochun's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. His scalp tingled, especially when he looked at the crack, then down at the spot where he'd found the coin, hesitated before taking it out, mimicking the trajectory of a coin falling, and then letting go. The coin plummeted straight to the ground. Finally, it landed only about 3 feet off its original position. This caused a sudden explosion in Bai Xiaochun's mind. It really is a bone ship. With a piercing scream, Bai Xiaochun recoiled. It seemed that the crack was a malevolent force to him. And indeed, it was. The bone boat in the forbidden zone of life, with its bizarre nature, had previously left Bai Xiaochun with an extremely terrifying and profound impression. It's not to say it's haunted, but it's not far from it. Indeed, this bone ship, whether it's the 3 flags on the deck or the images on the first floor, along with the skeletons and swings on the second floor, all made by Xiaochun's heart tremble. Especially the previous dazed expressions of Songkyu and Shen Xuanzi, which made Bai Xiaochun extremely nervous. Most importantly, there's the female ghost on the third floor. Bai Xiaochun was certain that if he hadn't given the jade to the tomb guardian, he would have surely died when he entered the bone ship earlier. There's no doubt he wouldn't have survived. The Heavenly Venerate used the excuse of taking disciples, his main purpose being to get the cultivators of the four lineages here to help him find a way out. Obviously, he must have other reasons. At the same time, he couldn't enter the bone ship from the forbidden zone of life. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare search here himself. So his purpose must be to find an exit and enter this bone ship. It seems the Heavenly Venerate might be among us. Bai Xiaochun trembled and retreated. The first person that came to his mind was the young man beside Du Lingfei. Before, I felt that the sensation of patting someone's head was different from patting a demigod's head. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun broke out in a cold sweat. I actually patted a Heavenly Venerate's head. The Heavenly Venerate is there. Gongsun Water must be there. Compared to the Heavenly Venerate, Bai Xiaochun feared Gongsun Water the most. At this moment, he no longer wanted to find an exit, nor did he want to go to the desert. He only wanted to quickly find Zhang Dapeng and his group, then gather everyone to hide, wait for the dust to settle, and then figure out a way to get out. But just as Bai Xiaochun retreated, in an instant, a weak, eerie, and extremely cold voice, particularly strange, suddenly emanated from within the crack, echoing in Bai Xiaochun's ears. Since you've come, why not go in and take a look? This isn't your first time here. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. That. I just took the wrong path again. Bai Xiaochun was nearly in tears from fear. Amidst the piercing screams, he unleashed his highest speed, intending to flee. But just as Bai Xiaochun, in the midst of his screams, was about to escape, a tremendous gravitational pull suddenly erupted from within the crack. The moment this gravitational pull formed, it didn't affect the surrounding void, nor did it shake the ground below in the slightest. It seemed as if the gravitational pull had absolutely no effect on this part of the world. Needless to say, any kind of oscillating wave generated here would cause anything to happen, and outsiders would have no way of detecting it. However, this gravitational pull didn't shake the world. But for Bai Xiaochun, it was earth-shattering, seemingly irresistible. In an instant, the gravitational pull seemed to want to drag his soul and even his cultivation away. It seemed that if Bai Xiaochun struggled fiercely, his body might escape, but his soul would be sucked out of his body and into the crack. What made Bai Xiaochun scream even more was that he discovered not only his soul, but also his cultivation and even the blood in his body. If he tried to forcefully resist, he feared that blood would gush from every pore and hair on his body, being sucked into the crack. Just that alone was enough to make him want to burst. But the faint, deep female voice echoed in his ears, vividly and realistically describing to Bai Xiaochun a scene exactly as she perceived it. A very beautiful image. You must not give up resisting. Only then can I suck out your soul first, then your blood. Slowly, until only bones remain. It also saves me the trouble of dealing with it. You're helping yourself, becoming delicious food for me. This voice caused Bai Xiaochun's mind to tremble violently. An image flashed through his mind. In that scene, his soul was first sucked out. Then his cultivation, blood, flesh, internal organs, even his head. Until finally, only a dry skeleton remained. Then, with a sound, it hit the ground. Perhaps because he was an immortal bone, he wouldn't be shattered into pieces. Surely next year, someone passing by this place will be overjoyed as if they found a priceless treasure, taking his bones to refine them into elixirs, magical artifacts, or even a skeletal puppet. No, Bai Xiaochun didn't want to consider these things. But under this gravitational pull, in the other party's voice, his thoughts were uncontrollable. In the end, he saw this terrifying gravitational pull about to make his imagined scenario a reality. In despair, Bai Xiaochun gave up resisting. In an instant, his figure transformed into a rainbow, directly swept away by this gravitational pull, swallowed into the crack, and disappeared. As Bai Xiaochun was sucked away, the void crack within quickly closed, slowly disappearing. From beginning to end, everything that happened here went unnoticed, even by the young man currently in the desert, walking alongside Du Lingfei as they broke through the barrier. Only Hou Xiaomei, near the barrier, had a look of anticipation in her eyes. Suddenly, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she looked suspiciously towards the swampy area. But very quickly, as the barrier in the desert twisted and nearly broke, Ho Xiaomei's gaze returned. The anticipation in her eyes grew stronger, filled with excitement. Finally, I'm about to return. If it weren't for the absolute necessity, Ghost Mother, I wouldn't want to return. But I'm really looking forward to your surprise joy when you see me. The desert-like light here seemed as if it could shatter at any moment. At that instant, Bai Xiaochun felt his vision blur. When everything cleared, he found himself in a very familiar place, a small room, like a boudoir, a dusty bed covered in cobwebs, a dressing table, and a shattered mirror. After staring blankly at everything around him, Bai Xiaochun let out a piercing scream. He quickly retreated, trying to find an exit. But then he realized there was no exit. Whether it was a coincidence or not, his current location was the same place he had first been to. It was identical. And in front of the dressing table, a woman in a red dress stood with her back to him, combing her hair while looking in the mirror. There was also a familiar singing voice that sent shivers down Bai Xiaochun's spine, echoing inside the gloomy, silent room. Tears welled up in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He was truly terrified. What should I do now? What should I do now? Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled. This fear made him desperately want to find a way to leave this place immediately. But obviously, there was no way. Bai Xiaochun could only hastily take out the jade pendant given to him by the tomb guardian, clutching it tightly in his hand, and tremblingly said, "Sister, I can't eat it." "Sister, do you know the tomb guardian? He's my master. We should be family. And also, sister, there are people outside who don't have good intentions towards you. Shouldn't you go and check it out first? Don't worry about me." "Sister, I don't want to come back either. Sister, it was you who made me come here." Bai Xiaochun himself didn't know what he was saying. His voice trembled even more, especially when he saw the woman's shoulders move slightly, as if she were about to turn around. Bai Xiaochun suddenly shouted, "Don't turn around. Sister, sister, don't turn around. Everything can be done slowly." In the instant Bai Xiaochun spoke, the singing suddenly stopped. The woman continued combing her hair, but a faint sound echoed all around. "This is your first time here." If you say it's your first time, then it is," Bai Xiaochun hastily acknowledged, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain. "After arriving, you stood there thinking about something," the woman continued weakly, her voice carrying a strange, terrifying majesty. Bai Xiaochun was about to nod, but suddenly froze. "My first time here? No, this is my second time. It was my older sister who brought me here. No one forced you. Your two companions are still upstairs." The woman pointed a finger at the shattered mirror. Instantly, an image appeared in the mirror. Unexpectedly, it was the image from the second floor of the bone ship. Sangqiu and Shen Xuanzi were standing bewildered on either side of the two chairs on the second floor, motionless. This scene, along with the woman's voice, echoed in Bai Xiaochun's ears and eyes. In an instant, a series of deafening explosions resounded in his head. His breathing became incredibly rapid, then suddenly stopped. Impossible. How could this be? I escaped before. I returned to the Reverse River sect, to the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect. I participated in this trial. That's why I came. Bai Xiaochun felt his head spinning. He didn't want to believe the other person's words, and even less did he want to believe that he had never left this bone boat. Whether it was the events at the Reverse River sect or the events at the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect, all of these were fleeting illusions from the moment he first arrived in this room. But for some reason, after hearing this woman's voice, his thoughts seemed to spiral out of control. And he suddenly remembered. In this memory, he didn't even realize that his hand, tightly gripping the jade pendant, was slowly beginning to loosen its grip. "You never left," the woman's weak voice echoed again. Her shoulders moved slowly. Her head also moved slowly. But this movement of combing her hair not only didn't stop, but actually became faster and faster. It seemed as if she wanted to pull her own hair down. Such a bizarre scene, after Bai Xiaochun saw it, should have terrified him to the extreme. But now his eyes showed a bewildered expression, and he was completely unsuspecting. Anyone who sees my appearance will have their own illusory thoughts arising in their mind. You are truly here for the first time. But it's not the first time you've seen my face. The woman's voice trembled incessantly, echoing within the boudoir. Her shoulders moved completely. Her head from facing the shattered mirror now would immediately face Bai Xiaochun. It was at this moment, with a bewildered look in his eyes, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. His memories were clearly jumbled. The jade pendant he was holding slipped from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, as his hand released the jade pendant, the woman's body moved like a ghost, suddenly turning her head to reveal a face devoid of any features, like a blank sheet of paper. In the instant she turned her head, a gaping hole suddenly appeared in her face, resembling a gaping maw. Her body twisted in a bizarre manner, lunging towards Bai Xiaochun, intending to devour him. But just as she was about to bite him, Bai Xiaochun's right hand suddenly dropped, grabbing the jade pendant that had fallen. There was no longer a trace of confusion in his eyes. They were filled with a clear mind. His right hand, quick as lightning, rose up. Even the jade pendant followed, striking directly at the woman's gaping maw. "If you're afraid of it, let's see if you dare swallow it," Bai Xiaochun roared. Everything he had done before was to wait for this opportunity. At this moment, he was willing to pay any price. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, incredibly quickly. The long-haired woman obviously hadn't expected that her magical power and divine abilities would be ineffective against Bai Xiaochun. But she was no ordinary person. When Bai Xiaochun looked back, and there was absolutely no way to escape, the woman let out a laugh. Her body became indistinct, as if the power of time had briefly passed over her. In an instant, as Bai Xiaochun's jade pendant collided with her body, she completely vanished. When she reappeared, she was still by the dressing table, still combing her hair. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale, his heart pounding as if it would suddenly explode. The opponent's divine techniques and spells were not without effect before. When Bai Xiaochun first began to understand them, he involuntarily fell into a strange state of mind. But that was only for a fleeting moment. At that time, his mental power, which he thought had disappeared at the time of the heavenly nascent soul, suddenly reappeared from somewhere in his body, flashing in his mind before vanishing again in an instant. Although it was only a moment, it immediately brought Bai Xiaochun back to his senses. His heart trembled and his thoughts raced. He immediately decided to seize this opportunity and prepare for a counterattack in this desperate situation. However, even with such preparations, he still couldn't completely overpower this woman. The final scene, when the opponent became indistinct, left Bai Xiaochun utterly shocked and terrified. It's not extreme speed creating a blur, but it's as if time has reversed several breaths for her. Bai Xiaochun was even more terrified at the thought that the other party could possess such an unimaginable technique. His face was gloomy, and he was about to explain a little to resolve the previous misunderstanding. But before he could speak, the woman, who was combing her hair with her back to him, suddenly smiled. "Quite interesting. No wonder the guardian of this tomb world chose you. Your thoughts are indeed quite different from those I've seen in my world. Including you, there are now 2 people on this ship, which makes me very interested." Bai Xiaochun was slightly startled by the woman's words. He didn't quite understand them. But at this moment, the woman's voice suddenly stopped. She suddenly turned her head. She wasn't looking at Bai Xiaochun, but at the floor between them. This floor was made of wood, very ordinary, a blank expanse. But the moment the woman looked back, the floor suddenly became blurry. So it's finally here. At this moment, the woman's face, devoid of any features, contorted, like a crumpled sheet of white paper. Bai Xiaochun also took a deep breath, extremely nervous. In the instant he looked at the floor, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Boom! It seemed as if someone beneath the wooden plank was desperately attacking, trying to break through and escape. And in the instant the explosion reverberated, the entire floor of the boudoir suddenly trembled, and finally, with a deafening explosion far exceeding the previous ones, the floor shattered. Following this, Bai Xiaochun's mind was shaken. He heard the woman's laughter, a ferocious, ghostly wail. He also saw streaks of rainbow light suddenly shoot out from the cracked floor. They were called rainbows, but in reality, they were just threads. Within each thread, surprisingly, were the silhouettes of cultivators. They, like before, had shrunk countless times. Now, after emerging, they instantly returned to their normal size. About 7 or 8 of them emerged, each incredibly excited. Some even let out exhilarating shouts. "I'm the first. Haha, 1,000-year-old longevity elixir. I'll get a share." Before their shouts could even finish, Almost instantly, as they clearly saw the scene around them, the woman at the dressing table turned away, continuing to look in the shattered mirror and comb her hair. But behind her, a huge mouth suddenly appeared, directly devouring the 7 or 8 people. It was incredibly fast. In just a blink of an eye, the shouts of the 7 or 8 people stopped abruptly. Their eyes didn't even have time to show terror or fear before they were swallowed whole by the suddenly appearing large mouth. The sound of chewing and swallowing echoed. After seeing and hearing this scene, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled even more violently, especially the sound, which made him unable to help but imagine it. As soon as he thought of it, his face turned pale, devoid of any color. But all of this was not over. In the next instant, more than 10 figures rushed out from within the shattered floor. When he saw the second group of people rushing out, Bai Xiaochun's breath stopped. He suddenly opened his mouth. "It's dangerous here." As soon as he uttered these words, the second group of more than 10 people rushed out. Bai Xiaochun glanced over. Immediately, he clearly saw one of them, his whole body tensing with rage. In an instant, he rushed closer, frantically shouting, "Little sister, come back!" One of the more than 10 people in the second group was none other than Hou Xiaomei. However, at this moment, Hou Xiaomei exuded an astonishing and extremely eerie aura. Her eyes were particularly sharp. Even a familiar laugh, which sent shivers down Bai Xiaochun's spine, emanated from her mouth. I've returned." After hearing this sentence and the laugh, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in shock, and his steps immediately halted. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his heart filled with terror. His face involuntarily showed disbelief and fear. He cried out in alarm. "This voice, this laughter, you're not Hou Xiaomei, you're Gongsun Wanner. What have you done to Hou Xiaomei?" After Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in surprise, his eyes immediately turned red again, and he roared angrily. At this moment, Hou Xiaomei was Gongsun Wanner. A sinister light shone in her eyes. She burst into laughter. "Little brother, do you still remember me? Don't worry, how could I harm your little sister? I'll play with you in a moment." After saying this, Gongsun Wanner turned her head to look at the woman still sitting in front of the dressing table, constantly combing her hair. "I hate it most when others use my dressing table," Gongsun Wanner frowned. Almost instantly after she spoke, the woman sitting at the dressing table also laughed. "The dressing table is mine. Even you are mine. Do you think that by finding a hidden body to conceal your soul and breath, I won't be able to detect your arrival?" As soon as the words left her lips, the large mouth reappeared, lunging straight towards Gongsun Wanner, intending to devour her. But just as the large mouth reached her, in an instant, Gongsun Wanner let out a charming laugh. A burst of black energy erupted from her entire body, forming a similar large mouth that devoured her. The battle between the two directly erupted right inside this boudoir. With a loud explosion, the shockwave spread everywhere, like an earthquake. The entire room shook violently. The shockwave from the cracked floor swept in all directions. The monks on all 4 sides rushed out, each frantically spitting out fresh blood, their bodies involuntarily recoiling. All of them displayed a miserable, terrified, and bewildered expression. They truly couldn't understand why, after finding the exit and entering this clearly designated training ground, they had ended up in such a secluded chamber. The place was eerily dark and mysterious. At this moment, they all showed expressions of fear, their bodies and minds chilled. Bai Xiaochun's aura fluctuated. Everything had changed too quickly, leaving him no time to think or understand. However, he could sense that within Hou Xiaomei's body, there were 2 soul fragments. One was that little girl. The other, suppressed but not erased, was Hou Xiaomei, little sister. Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with anxiety, yet he was powerless to do anything. At this moment, under this impact, his body was forcefully pushed backward, directly colliding with the wall behind him. Simultaneously, creaking sounds echoed. Huge cracks appeared in the surrounding walls, spreading incessantly. Bai Xiaochun was swept up by the impact, slamming into the wall, causing the wall behind him to instantly collapse with a loud bang. In the instant of the explosion, the scene behind the wall was revealed. It was a dilapidated staircase, seemingly leading to the upper floor. Almost immediately after the staircase appeared, a third group of people suddenly rushed out from the floor of the boudoir. Among them was Du Lingfei, and the young man beside Du Lingfei. But the moment he appeared, his speed instantly exploded. In the loud bang, an aura that seemed to shake the entire worship surged from the young man's body straight up into the sky. Moreover, when that aura erupted, his body was torn apart, as if he were wearing a layer of human skin. At this moment, as his body was torn apart, a figure was revealed. It was a face that was not angry but majestic, its eyes seemingly containing the profound depths of the starry sky. He also exuded an aura like that of a supreme being of heaven and earth. That was a heavenly venerate. A loud bang suddenly echoed in Bai Xiaochun's head. He felt a pang of dread. Although he had suspected it before, after seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but think of the slap on his head he had received earlier. I really slapped a heavenly venerate on the head. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's heart was extremely complicated. On one hand, he was worried about Hou Xiaomei, and on the other hand, the appearance of the heavenly venerate made him feel as if his hand was also aching. This made him feel conflicted, extremely uneasy. At the same time, in the blink of an eye, as the heavenly venerate unleashed his aura, his entire body transformed into a blur, rushing straight towards the woman sitting at the dressing table. He snorted coldly, "Ghost Mother, do you think that hiding in the Forbidden Zone with this immortal old man protecting you means I, the heavenly venerate, have no way to deal with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly venerate attacked. Suddenly, the aura of the entire Tongshan world erupted. A miniature image of the Tongshan world vaguely appeared before him, hurtling towards the Ghost Mother. Gongsun Wanner did the same. In an instant, she joined forces with the heavenly venerate charging towards the Ghost Mother. All of this happened too quickly. In a flash, the dressing table exploded. A storm raged within the boudoir. All the monks who had just appeared, unable to escape in time, were caught in this storm of wind and rain. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were instantly reduced to blood and flesh, their bodies and souls utterly destroyed. In the blink of an eye, as the heavenly venerate attacked, the Ghost Mother's body instantly blurred. When she reappeared, she was to one side. I was driven here in search of it, and the Tomb Guardians, relying on the world's will, created restrictions for me. I was trapped in this forbidden zone, unable to contact the outside world, unable to leave. But it's finally over. Now, you are waiting for me, and I. How could I not be waiting for you? The demon mother let out a piercing laugh. In an instant, her body circled around the heavenly venerable. Although her expression was unseen, a radiant aura of excitement and agitation emanated from her as she lunged towards Gongsun Wanner. You are the clone. Our goal is to leave this world, to return home. This time, I must devour you and become the next demon mother. Gongsun Wanner's face contorted, her voice sharp and shrill. Without dodging, she charged straight towards the Ghost Mother. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. He was indifferent to the Ghost Mother's taunts and simultaneously attacked. The clash between the three produced a deafening explosion that shook the heavens. The warship trembled violently, and the boudoir crumbled. Everyone who entered the surrounding area was instantly killed by the shockwaves. The true battle between these three was incredibly dangerous to outsiders. Even though Bai Xiaochun was already a heavenly human and possessed a powerful physique, he still coughed up blood, his face pale, and his expression terrified as he quickly retreated, attempting to escape down the stairs. This was the only way out he could think of. At the same time, the remaining cultivators on all four sides were trembling and desperately trying to escape. Among them were the Clap Thunder twins and the old man with the dignified and refined demeanor of the Taido Hanyue sect. However, at this moment, they were all disheveled and in a terrible state. As they rushed one after another to jump onto the stairs, the battle between the three heavenly venerables, Gongsun Wanner, and the Ghost Mother intensified. Even the waters of the Tongshan Sea gathered together, transforming into fist-sized water spheres emitting an extremely intense light that erupted from the Ghost Mother's body. This battle seemed incredibly important to Gongsun Wanner. She suddenly opened her mouth and instantly spat out a rusty long sword. As soon as the sword emerged, its overwhelming power, carrying an unparalleled majesty, surged towards the Ghost Mother. Bai Xiaochun had seen this sword 3 times before. The second time was when he wielded it during a battle with the Tomb Guardian. The third time was now. The first time was when he hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage yet, when he saw the steel sword forming a chasm. That great sword. You were able to refine this sort of ancient heavenly monarch. How interesting. The ghost mother still laughed, waving her hands forcefully. Instantly, demonic energy filled the sky around her, forming a huge black hole that directly enveloped the heavenly venerate and Gongsun Wanner. Amidst the loud explosion, Bai Xiaojun gasped for breath, his expression panicked. His speed was also pushed to its limit. In an instant, he was the first to reach the stairs. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed straight upwards. At this moment, he had a complete understanding and judgment of the situation. The dialogue between the three heavenly venerables, combined with the information Bai Xiaochun possessed, gave him a framework for this situation. The so-called heavenly venerables taking disciples wasn't actually taking disciples, nor was it to restore their heavenly venerable cultivation, and certainly not a plan targeting the four lineages. This was entirely a special conspiracy to make this bone ship surface. Because this bone ship is in a forbidden zone for life, even heavenly venerables can't directly reach it. That's why cultivators from the four lineages entered, searching for an exit. All of this is because the heavenly venerables want to board the ship discreetly, using another method. Regarding the origins of this bone boat, Bai Xiaochun now had a general understanding. A great wave surged through his mind, and his eyes were filled with shock. Before, when he was in the savage wilderness, he only knew that a much larger world existed beyond this realm. Presumably, many years ago, in a world so large it bordered the Tongshan world, the ghost mother sat on this bone boat and fought against a powerful enemy, Gu Chuanjun. Ultimately, Gu Chuanjun's sword severed one of her arms. That sword and the arm, due to some special circumstances, fell into the Tongshan world. This was the origin of the fallen sword afterwards. The ghost mother lost an arm, her cultivation plummeted, and she fortunately escaped to ascend to heaven. But she was unwilling to let her arm disappear. Therefore, after paying an incredibly high price, she fled to the Tongshan world, wanting to find her arm again. But as soon as she landed, she was discovered by the tomb guardian. Relying on his own will of heaven and earth, he forcefully confined this extremely ferocious demon mother within the forbidden zone of life, preventing her from connecting with the outside world, and even more so from searching for her arm. Thus, she was trapped inside the forbidden zone of life for a very long time. It's even possible that she herself, as the guardian of the tomb at her peak, created the forbidden zone of life to seal the demon mother. And then, this great sword, falling from the heavens, carrying a trace of the heavenly Dao's aura, landed in the Tongshan Eastern Meridian within the lower reaches of the cultivation world. From then on, it became the domain of the lower foundation establishment stage of the cultivation world. This sword had once slain souls. Because of this unexpected event, it gave birth to killing souls. Among these many killing souls, there was a single soul. It was formed from the demon mother's arm. It was Gongsun Wanner who possessed the little girl's body. The demon mother's arm transformed into a soul, wrapped around this sword and merged into it. It was originally vague, but somehow it gained the ability to awaken and recover its memories. But because of Bai Xiaochun's elixir, the little girl awakened prematurely. After awakening, she recovered her memories. Although she wanted to leave this place, instinctively she didn't want to go near her true form in the forbidden zone of life. That's why she cooperated with the heavenly venerable for the first time. With the great war in the savage wilderness, what purpose did she have in wanting to leave this world and return to her homeland while her true form was restricted? However, the plan was good, but the tomb guardian didn't hesitate to deploy the 5 organs secret technique, descending from the heavens, causing the little girl's plan to completely fail. And she fled severely injured. And the reason the tomb guardian spared the little girl initially was clearly an agreement between the tomb guardian and the ghost mother, because they had determined the little girl had no other choice. She would naturally choose the second path. This second path involves a second collaboration with the heavenly venerable. She finds the method and coordinates of the forbidden zone of life, enters the bone ship, and from there opens a large door, allowing others to enter. From inside, she searches for a passage to the 3rd level. Her main goal is to turn the tables, devour the demon mother, transform into her consciousness, and become the new demon mother. Obviously, there is only one way to repay the heavenly venerable. That is, after she is completely restored and her cultivation returns to its peak, she will take the heavenly venerable on this ship and leave this world. Clearly, the heavenly venerable is wary of Gongsun Wanner and has other plans. Therefore, this trial location exists. He needs many cultivators to find the exit simultaneously. On the other hand, he also needs cultivators from the four lineages to go on a trip. His concealment among them is the safest option. At the same time, the reason Ho Xiaomei was chosen by Tongchen Island was also because her physique was suitable for Gongsun Wanner, capable of concealing all of her aura, preventing the ghost mother from detecting her. Although all of this was synthesized by Bai Xiaochun from the conversations he had overheard earlier, as well as his own experiences and imaginations in the savage wilderness, he had mentally sketched out a complete cause and effect of this matter. But he felt that even if everything he analyzed wasn't entirely accurate, it was at least 70 or 80% correct. This shocked him. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the Tomb Guardian. In fact, he couldn't help but connect this matter to the Tomb Guardian. Even carefully recalling, he suspected that during the previous world-shattering battle in the savage wilderness, the Tomb Guardian had already considered this point, calculating every step of it. This was his supplementary plan. Bai Xiaochun's mind stirred. He knew that in the previous Great Desolate War, the Tomb Guardian had planned to kill the Heavenly Venerate, but unfortunately, he failed. However, at this moment, Bai Xiaochun had a strong premonition that the Tomb Guardian's murderous tactics were now a second attempt. If the Great Desolate War had succeeded, so be it. But if it failed, then this bone ship would be specifically prepared for the Heavenly Venerate. Therefore, his purpose in giving me this jade pendant, besides ensuring my safe passage through the Forbidden Zone, was another purpose: to prevent me from losing my life in his plan to harm the Heavenly Venerate. Bai Xiaochun grew increasingly terrified as he thought about it. He truly couldn't imagine what kind of mind could repeatedly use every conceivable means to execute such a shocking scheme. This time, the Heavenly Venerate would likely fail again. After deducing everything, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp. He felt very uneasy. He didn't care about the Heavenly Venerate. Du Lingfei had her father by her side, so nothing to worry about. At this moment, the only thing on his mind was Ho Xiaomei's safety. On Tongchen Island, the first time I saw Ho Xiaomei, she surely hadn't been possessed by that little girl yet. It was the next day. That gloomy, chilling feeling I had earlier wasn't an illusion. And just now, there were still soul fluctuations within Ho Xiaomei's body. She wasn't devoured. If I want to save her, the only way is to directly force the little girl out of her body. Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself, lamenting. He knew this method, but in this decisive battle, his cultivation was simply useless. While he was still worried, the shockwaves and vibrations on the third floor of this bone ship contained immense destructive power. The massive explosion directly swept him into the stairwell. His vision blurred. He had left the third floor. When his vision cleared, he immediately looked around. This was the second floor of the bone ship. Bai Xiaochun was unwilling to give up and wanted to turn back. But the shockwaves on the third floor spread, making it impossible for him to enter. He could only suppress his anxiety and think of another way. At this moment, the Cloud Thunder twins and the Spirit Immortal, the originally virtuous and upright immortal of the Taido Hanyue sect, were also swept out. As for the nascent soul cultivators, under the shockwaves of this battle between the Heavenly Venerate and the Ghost Mother, all those who had just entered the third group had their bodies shattered and perished, their souls scattered. As for Du Lingfei and his group, the Heavenly Venerate had already taken them inside his storage bag, and they were now very safe. Inside the second level, the layout was the same as when Bai Xiaochun had been there before. The swing was still swaying in the same place. In front of him were two halves of a fused skeleton, still maintaining their bizarre fusion style. Everything around was filled with a terrifyingly majestic cold aura. But this time, Bai Xiaochun was different from before. He was no longer a nascent soul cultivator, but had stepped into the heavenly human realm. As soon as he appeared, his breathing became rapid. A powerful divine consciousness radiated outwards, forming a pressure that directly enveloped the swing. The swing suddenly stopped. The moment it stopped, Bai Xiaochun approached. When he first came here, he had a great interest in these two skeletons. In fact, the aura of the Immortal Scroll and the Longevity Scroll held a fatal attraction for him. Back then, his cultivation level wasn't yet that of a celestial being. He was terrified and felt an intense sense of life or death danger. Therefore, he could only abandon the idea of taking the remains and prioritize escaping. But now everything was different. Bai Xiaochun understood perfectly that he might never have a third chance to come here. Once he missed it, it would become a regret. So, without the slightest hesitation, he rushed forward again. Almost simultaneously with his advance, the Cloud Thunder twins and the old man from the Taido Hanwei sect flew out from the staircase. Unlike Bai Xiaochun, after entering this place, they were clearly shocked by the second level. By the time they noticed Bai Xiaochun's actions, he had already grabbed the two skeletons and was about to take them. But his expression changed drastically. Almost instantly, as he grasped the two skeletons, he finally felt the immortal blood within his body surging, and the immortal scroll inside the golden skeleton, emanating abundant vital energy, directly entered his body through Bai Xiaochun's hand. In just the time it takes to breathe once, his immortal blood, on top of its original level, increased by another drop. For Bai Xiaochun, such a scene directly shocked him. However, this was not the time for him to absorb and cultivate. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and suddenly, with one hand, he took the two skeletons and put them into his storage bag. Bai Xiaochun, what are you holding? The old man from the Taido Hanwei sect immediately spoke, his eyes gleaming. Even in this imminent danger, he seemed to possess a greedy streak. If it were before, when they didn't know Bai Xiaochun's background, the Cloud Thunder twins would definitely have acted the same way. But now, the Heavenly Venerate was below. Even if they were bolder, they wouldn't dare do that. Bai Xiaochun completely ignored the old man from the Taido Hanwei sect. After collecting the remains, he immediately rushed to the stairs, wanting to go down to the first floor. Previously, this staircase was somewhat strange, preventing Bai Xiaochun from returning. But now, with his heavenly human cultivation, he could see the clues at a glance. Just as Bai Xiaochun was about to pass, the old man from the Taido Hanwei sect suddenly stopped him. Bai Xiaochun, we are all heavenly humans. If we come at the same time, whoever finds the treasures here will get a share. Do you want to swallow it all alone? Get lost. Bai Xiaochun was already worried and troubled about Hou Xiaomei. After learning a secret unknown to others, his mind was unstable. Now this old man had come to pester him again. He suddenly exploded. As soon as he spoke, Bai Xiaochun directly unleashed the mountain-shattering charge. With a loud bang, he suddenly struck towards the old man, his momentum surging, creating an oppressive force that caused the old man's expression to change. After hesitating, he immediately dodged. In the blink of an eye as he dodged, Bai Xiaochun had already rushed past, directly entering the stairwell. Without hesitation, he stepped out and soared up the stairs. The Cloud Thunder twins followed closely behind. The old man's expression changed continuously. With a cold snort, he also flew out. Almost instantly, as Bai Xiaochun and his group were about to enter the first floor of the stairwell, the floor of the second floor suddenly exploded, shattering into countless fragments of wood that scattered in all directions. At the same time, the Heavenly Venerate, Gongsun Wanner, and the Ghost Mother finally rushed from the third floor to the second floor. As soon as they started, the divine abilities between them formed a powerful impact, transforming into a storm that swept across the second floor. Countless structures were instantly destroyed. Bai Xiaochun also stepped out of the staircase. The moment he appeared, he was directly on the first floor. This first floor was exactly the same as before, without any changes. The walls all around were painted with vivid images. However, Bai Xiaochun had seen them before, and this time he didn't even glance at them, rushing straight to the staircase, intending to go up to the deck. But after the Cloud Thunder twins and the old man entered, they were immediately captivated by the paintings on the walls. The three of them visibly trembled violently, their eyes filled with bewilderment as they looked at the images. Ignoring the three people, Bai Xiaochun's expression was filled with anxiety. In an instant, he swiftly ascended the stairs. In a flash, he directly escaped from the floors of this bone ship. When he appeared, unexpectedly, he was standing on the deck. The distant sky was gloomy. A sea of bones surrounded him. On the flagpole on the deck, three ferocious demonic faces, weeping and laughing, moved without wind. Seeing everything, the pressure from all sides, and the peculiar aura within this forbidden zone of life, instantly dispelled the last trace of doubt in Bai Xiaochun's body. I've returned to this place. As Bai Xiaochun murmured, the deck beneath him suddenly exploded. The Cloud Thunder twins and the old man from the Taido Hanwei sect spat out fresh blood, their faces pale, and quickly rushed out. Behind them, unexpectedly, three figures emerged directly from within the ship, soaring into the air. Demon Mother, today you can't escape. I will devour you. Gongsun Water let out a mournful cry, aiming at the Demon Mother. The Heavenly Venerate's expression remained unchanged, but his speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he closed in, forcing the Demon Mother to continue her escape. It was at this moment, as the deck and the third floor were breached, the cultivators who had miraculously survived inside the trial grounds quickly flew out. Each of them appeared directly on the ship's deck. Upon seeing their surroundings and the battle in the sky, all the survivors trembled, unable to control their breathing, their hearts filled with extreme fear. Oh my God, that's the Heavenly Venerate. Where is this place? Within the crowd, Bai Lin and Zhao Jianzhao were severely injured, supported by Zhang Dapan. At this moment, all three were trembling uncontrollably, staring blankly around them. Only Song Qiu, among the crowd, his body shaking, his breathing heavy, his eyes filled with disbelief. He suddenly looked towards Bai Xiaochun, as if wanting confirmation. This is the forbidden zone of life. Bai Xiaochun's mood plummeted, his voice low and slow, echoing. The forbidden zone of life, the area between the Tongshan and Manhuang regions. The forbidden zone of life. My God, we've actually appeared here. As Bai Xiaochun's words echoed, all the cultivators around him heard, their expressions changing drastically. Each took a deep breath, their faces showing fear and shock. Although they were all nascent soul cultivators, today they had first experienced a terrifyingly dangerous trial ground and then witnessed a battle between heavenly venerables firsthand. Now, after hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, their spirits were somewhat dampened. In truth, this expedition was far more dangerous than anyone could have imagined. The bizarre and convoluted nature of it was equally unimaginable. Before this, no one could have known that the so-called trial ground was actually a ship of bones. Nor could anyone have guessed that the so-called Heavenly Venerable's disciple-taking was fundamentally a conspiracy. Perhaps using the term conspiracy is a bit of an exaggeration. Perhaps after this, the Heavenly Venerable would arbitrarily choose someone to take as a disciple. But for everyone else, it was a complete exploitation from beginning to end. This chilled their hearts, yet they dared not show it. Now, hearing that this might be the legendary Forbidden Zone of Life, a place of no return, how could anyone not be devastated? Just as most of the monks on the ship were despairing, in the sky, the two Heavenly Venerables, along with Gongsun Waner, were engaged in a battle with the Demon Mother that had reached an earth-shattering level. The incessant thunder echoed from all directions, causing the Sea of Bones in the Forbidden Zone to surge with immense waves. Countless bones were instantly shattered. The sky itself seemed to be torn apart. This was due to the Heavenly Venerate's Tao, creating an astonishingly powerful force that pressed down upon the Heavenly Sea. Gongsun Waner was also fighting desperately. Compared to her previous battle with the Tomb Guardian, she was even more ferocious and violent. She relentlessly tried to devour the Ghost Mother. Bai Xiaochun was very anxious, looking up at the battle in the sky. He didn't care about the Heavenly Venerate and the Ghost Mother. He only cared about Hou Xiaomei. However, even as a celestial being, he didn't have the qualifications to participate in this level of combat. As Bai Xiaochun looked back, suddenly a glint of light appeared in the Heavenly Venerate's eyes, and he roared softly, "Don't forget our promise. This time, I will fully assist you in completing the fusion." His words were like rolling thunder, reverberating in all directions. Finally, he took a deep breath, his hands forming a hand seal. Instantly, the miniature illusory world of the Tongshan realm around him transformed. The Tongshan sea swirled around him, as if forming a seal, then suddenly surged forward to suppress the Ghost Mother. At this moment, the aura was overwhelming. Since he began fighting, this was the strongest display of the Heavenly Venerate's power. In truth, he had suffered considerable injuries in the battle with the Tomb Guardian. Although he had been suppressed, his combat power had been somewhat affected. But now he clearly spared no expense, unleashing his full strength. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed dramatically, winds and clouds swirling eerily. It seemed as if this forbidden zone of life itself trembled. The pressure emanating from the miniature image of the Tongshan realm, along with the condensed waters of the Tongshan Sea, caused the Ghost Mother's body to momentarily freeze, as if being drawn in. Her face, devoid of features, now clearly contorted. At the same time, the Heavenly Venerable raised his right hand and pointed at the Ghost Mother. "Within my world, you will surely weaken. As these words were spoken, in an instant, the miniature world flickered with light, enveloping everything, causing the ghost mother, who was being restrained, to weaken by more than half. "Ghost mother, you are mine!" Gongsun Wanner shrieked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, her entire body transformed into a blur, piercing through the void, and in the blink of an eye, reappeared before the ghost mother. She suddenly opened her mouth. Immediately, a large amount of black energy emerged from her 7 orifices, forming the face of a little girl, her eyes filled with greed and excitement, fiercely lunging towards the ghost mother to devour her. "Dallas Tongshan, were those words you said directed at me or at her?" Facing this imminent danger, the demon mother's faint voice suddenly rang out, carrying a strange transformation. As she swiftly retreated, her hands formed a hand seal. Instantly, an endless black mist erupted from her body. This mist transformed into vengeful spirits. With howling screams, they relentlessly attacked in all directions, attempting to break through the miniature world of the heavenly venerate that enveloped them. As her voice echoed, in an instant, Gongsun Wanner's eyes flashed. The heavenly venerate also frowned, coldly snorting. "Just a little trick." Having said that, the heavenly venerable stepped forward, raising his right hand. Instantly, the sky churned, wind rose, and clouds billowed. Suddenly, a gigantic hand appeared in the sky. This hand, carrying supreme power, descended from the heavens, hurtling straight towards the ghost mother. Miniature world images surrounded it, suppressing it from all sides. With the heavenly venerable's destructive hand descending from the sky, the ghost mother's own aura weakened. In this critical moment, her body suddenly stopped, and a mournful cry erupted from within her. "Heavenly ghost annihilation." As she uttered these words, with a loud bang, her body disintegrated, transforming into a cloud of black mist. This mist then expanded, forming a second circle, a third circle, and so on. Finally, after 9 circles of black mist had formed, these swirling mists finally released all the vengeful spirits from within. The sheer number of vengeful spirits was astonishing. Each one, amidst howling and shrieking, darted about relentlessly at incredible speed. In an instant, they sped through the area, causing the swirling black mist to intensify, transforming into a raging storm. 9 layers of storms, now overlapping, emanated a terrifying aura that shook Bai Xiaochun's mind. This aura seemed capable of suppressing the laws of heaven and earth, constantly surging forth. Meanwhile, everyone could see that the end of the storm seemed to connect with the heavens, continuously expanding, as if threatening to cause the miniature world of the heavenly venerate to explode. It was at this moment that the hand of the heavenly venerate and the miniature world descended, colliding with this violent storm. The world seemed to tremble. The demon mother's divine power transformed into a storm. At this moment, she was unable to withstand the heavenly venerate's full force attack and shattered. After shattering, the black energy dispersed everywhere, reluctantly converging in one place, forming the shape of the demon mother. However, her body had clearly become much more indistinct. She quickly retreated. "You can increase the world's condensation power. Dallas Tongshan, I underestimated you." The demon mother's mournful voice rang out. She was about to retreat, but Gongsun Wanner's speed was too fast. In an instant, she rushed straight towards the demon mother. In the blink of an eye, she was close. Her mist transformed into a large, gaping head, which then devoured everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, after the demon mother was weakened by the heavenly venerate's attack, she and Gongsun Wanner were directly entangled in a fierce battle. This scene left everyone, including Bai Xiaochun, breathless, their eyes filled with terror. Bai Xiaochun was slightly better off, but for the others, this was the first time they had witnessed a heavenly venerate in action. This kind of miniature world-shattering power instilled in them a powerful feeling. They would never be able to defeat her in their lifetime. Clearly, under the heavenly venerate's suppression, Gongsun Wanner held a huge advantage, constantly battling and devouring the demon mother, her aura growing stronger and stronger. Initially, she was no match for the demon mother. If the soul fragments were divided into 10 parts, Gongsun Wanner would only possess 2 parts. 8/10 would be with the demon mother. But now, through the devouring process, Gongsun Wanner's soul has increased from 2 parts to 3, 4 parts. It seems it will reach 5 parts. Meanwhile, the ghost mother on the other side seems incredibly agitated. But under the suppression of this miniature world, all her efforts seem meaningless. No matter how much she struggles, she cannot escape this calamity. The heavenly Venerate stood in midair, coldly watching the scene, not going to help. He only focused on controlling the miniature world to suppress. He couldn't suppress the Tomb Guardian, because the Tomb Guardian and he were both from this world. But against outsiders, relying on his world power to suppress them gave him a huge advantage. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. His breath revealed tension and impatience. He didn't know which side he should side with in this battle. He was only worried about Hou Xiaomei's safety. Very quickly, Gongsun Wanner's soul broke through 5 parts, becoming 6 parts. It even continued to expand towards 7 parts, completely dominating. But in this instant, a slight smile appeared on the Heavenly Venerable's lips. It seems the Ghost Mother is truly weakened. If there really is a trap, and I can gamble like this, I'll consider myself defeated. In a low voice, the Heavenly Venerable's eyes showed determination. After waiting a while longer, the moment Gongsun Wanner's soul reached 7 parts, he suddenly raised both hands. A sound like a world exploding emanated from his mouth. Slave seal, seal. As soon as he spoke, the miniature world images surrounding him twisted and contorted, instantly transforming into a massive seal that instantly sealed Gongsun Wanner. This overwhelming sealing force carried a clear coercive nature. It even contained the power of time, obviously not a temporary manifestation, but something that had surfaced long ago and was now erupting. The moment he sensed it, Bai Xiaochun's mind was violently shaken. Although he didn't recognize the origin of this seal, he could see that once it was placed upon her, even someone as powerful as Gongsun Wanner would be imprinted with a mark, forever enslaving her to the Heavenly Venerate. This was the Heavenly Venerate's plan. Arrogant as he was, the ruler of the world, how could he willingly gamble on an uncertain future, or on Gongsun Wanner fulfilling her promise to lead him away? It would be better, the moment she was close to success, to seal her as his servant. That would be more in line with his actions and his ultimate needs. Because the power of this seal is so immense, it also requires time for proper preparation. In fact, back then, when he first met Gongsun Wanner, before the two of them made their vow for the ultimate battle in the savage wilderness, the Heavenly Venerable already had this intention and began preparing. At this moment, as soon as he made his move, the sealing force erupted violently, causing the miniature world image to shrink into an enormous circle, enveloping Gongsun Wanner inside, and continuously contracting. It's conceivable that once it completely contracted, Gongsun Wanner would become a servant of the Heavenly Venerate. Yet, Gongsun Wanner showed no surprise whatsoever. On the contrary, a sinister glint appeared in her eyes. You've been preparing for so long, you old villain Tongshan. You were just waiting for the moment I devoured this entity. Gongsun Wanner let out a sharp, piercing laugh. The moment the laughter echoed, a light flashed in her eyes. Instantly, the bone boat whereby Xiaochun and his group stood trembled. Under this tremor, black light flickered from each bone on the boat. Finally, the entire bone boat seemed to form a black luminous object. The light, like a black sun, simultaneously converged towards the ancient 8 trigrams mirror on the boat. Old villain Tongshan, I didn't need to prepare anything before. Because you were facing a powerful enemy, the guardian of the tomb, you didn't dare forcefully seal me. Now, when you think you have it under control, you don't know that what I prepared is this bone boat. I was created from the left hand of the Ghost Mother from back then. The Ghost Mother's left hand holds the method to seal this boat. It was you who attacked me. Demon suppressing mirror, come out for me. Gongsun Wanner's eerie laughter echoed incessantly. Following her words, the black light of the bone boat erupted once again. In a loud explosion, all the light in the area around the boat converged on the 8 trigram mirror, causing the mirror to vibrate violently and suddenly burst forth, transforming into a powerful beam of light that directly struck the Heavenly Venerate. The Heavenly Venerate's expression was grim. The heavens and earth trembled. This powerful beam of light did not shatter. It was merely pushed back by the Heavenly Venerate's wave. In midair, it finally condensed into a colossal figure. This figure wore black armor, its entire body shrouded in darkness. Only its eyes emitted green flames. The aura emanating from him was filled with fluctuations that did not belong to this world. In an instant, he lunged straight towards the Heavenly Venerate. From his mouth came faint whispers, Lin Bing Do Jia. As these 4 words were uttered, the aura of the black-armored figure surged, like a black sea, directly striking the Heavenly Venerate's miniature world seal. Like the creation of heaven and earth, the 8 directions trembled, and the void collapsed. Bai Xiaochun and the others trembled violently. The power of this world's seal finally began to loosen, seemingly unable to contract. The heavenly venerate's expression was somewhat grim, although he knew he had plotted against Gongsun and that she had certainly made preparations. He hadn't expected her preparation to be this bone chip. In truth, if he hadn't been injured in the savage wilderness, he had many ways to resolve the situation. However, his cultivation was unstable at this moment, and his combat power had been severely depleted. This caused the anger and rage in his heart to intensify. However, even so, my preparations can't be limited to just one. The heavenly venerable's eyes flashed, and he raised his right hand and swung it out. One of his fingers detached from his hand and suddenly flew out. Then, in midair, it transformed into an enormous mountain of rock. The entire mountain of rock was dark purple, seemingly extraordinary at first glance. But with a flick of the heavenly venerable's left finger, this mountain of rock instantly emitted an aura that made everyone hold their breath. This aura seemed capable of suppressing all evil spirits. At this moment, after transforming in midair, it directly merged into the seal of the miniature world, causing the sealing power of this miniature world to become even stronger than before. Erupting and exploding, directly forcing the figure in black armor to retreat. Heavenly Demon Stone, damn it, how could you have this? Even outside, heavenly demon stones are extremely rare. Gongsun expression finally changed drastically. In her memory, even outside, heavenly demon stones were scarce. Each use would cause them to dissipate, belonging to the category of consumable items. They were useless to her own kind, but to cultivators from other races, they had a tremendous effect, capable of instantly suppressing endless power. Seeing the danger, Gongsun no longer paid attention to continuing the fusion. She maintained a level of 7/10 soul possession, letting out a piercing scream. She pressed a finger on her right hand. Instantly, the iron sword of the powerful ancient heavenly monarch outside materialized again. After grasping the sword, she slashed at the seal that was contracting from all sides. At the same time, the figure in black armor seemed to be on the verge of burning. The green flames in his eyes flickered wildly, and a low roar escaped his lips. The battle array is at hand. Following the resounding cry, the aura of the figure in black armor instantly became incredibly violent. His body was rapidly shattering. But within the shattering, his body was emitting an aura that shook the entire world. It seemed that in this imminent danger, he was burning everything within himself, sacrificing everything to unleash a world-shattering blow. In the hazy light, this aura seemed to pierce through the sky of the Tongshan world. A massive vortex appeared in the sky. Outside the vortex seemed to be the outer heavens and earth. Vaguely, it seemed that laws from outside the Tongshan world, using the figure in black armor as a conduit and his disintegration as a path, were rapidly descending. Once it arrived, even if only for a fleeting moment, it was the rule of two worlds colliding. Its power was immense. It seemed not impossible to break the seal of the miniature world. Such scenes caught Bai Xiaochun and the others standing on the bone boat off guard. In fact, the changes between the Heavenly Venerate and Gongsun from their alliance to their internal conflict were too rapid. Each had many preparations behind the scenes. Now, everything seemed clear. The Ghost Mother was weakened, seemingly no longer capable of turning the tide. Gongsun soul, as the Ghost Mother's left hand, manifested to possess the sealing method and control the 8 trigram mirror. At this moment, she was willing to break this magical artifact to gain earth-shattering power, combining it with the iron sword in her hand to break the seal. As for the Heavenly Venerable, although he was severely injured in the savage wilderness, he was even more fully prepared. First, he sealed the miniature world of the slave Shadow. Then came the Heavenly Demon Stone. All of these were specifically designed to restrain Gongsun. Most importantly, he seized the opportunity, precisely at the crucial moment when Gongsun was devouring and merging, rendering her unable to move. At first glance, it was unclear who had the advantage. But just as the entire black-armored figure shattered completely within the vortex in the sky, the rules of the outside world were about to descend. Combined with the iron sword in Gongsun hand, intending to instantly cleave through the seal, the situation changed. The Heavenly Venerable suddenly smiled. In that smile, there was a hint of composure, tinged with contempt. He spoke indifferently. Having fallen into my world, a sword that has been there for so many years, do you really think it's already in your grasp? It's just that I've made you feel like you've already grasped it. As the heavenly venerate spoke, a sudden burst of light erupted in his eyes. This light resembled sword light. He raised his left hand and pointed it at the iron sword in Gongsunwaner's hand. These words echoed, and in an instant, Gongsunwaner's expression changed drastically. But before she could react, the iron sword in her hand suddenly slipped out of her grasp. Instead of flying straight towards Gongsunwaner, it spun around, its blade piercing through the seal and hurtling towards the vortex in the sky. Bai Xiaochun's eyes wide and in shock. Due to the tension, his breathing became rapid, and he even forgot to breathe for a long time. This battle had truly taken a dramatic turn. It seems everyone has their own schemes and tricks, making it difficult to discern the outcome. Especially at this moment, the steel sword, which many years ago was secretly controlled by the heavenly venerate, was left there, allowing Gongsunwaner to merge with it after she woke up. All of this sent a chill down Bai Xiaochun's spine. He was utterly terrified by the heavenly venerate's intricate calculations. How many years has he been plotting? Could it be that he knew long ago that Gongsunwaner would awaken? No. Gongsunwaner shrieked, her eyes filled with despair. For the first time, helplessness shone in her eyes. The iron sword's speed was incredibly fast, like an arrow tearing through the sky, instantly reaching the edge of the starry sky, colliding with the vortex, and in an instant, self-destructing with a thunderous roar. This self-destruction created a destructive force, directly engulfing the vortex, forcefully obliterating the vortex that could guide the rules of the outside world. Inside the vortex, the figure in black armor was unwilling, his body becoming chaotic and violently shaking. The dark light in his eyes also dimmed. It seemed as if regret lingered, his shattered body instantly erupting again. In a deafening explosion, he was instantly torn into pieces. All of this reversed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, all of Gongsunwaner's schemes were neutralized by the heavenly venerate. At this moment, the miniature world's seal also rapidly contracted, forcefully imprinting itself on Gongsunwaner inside. Become my magic slave, borrow your control, and I can use this warship. Guided by the rules of the outside world, I can leave this place without opening the gate. But now, the newly appointed Ming Emperor lacks sufficient power. The old ghost guarding the tomb is extremely weak. Who can still stop me? At this moment, the heavenly venerate's voice, full of excitement, exhilaration, and arrogance, echoed everywhere. He looked at the miniature world seal. It seemed success was almost within reach. But in that instant, in Gongsunwaner's despair, in her consciousness, suddenly, the voice of the demon mother echoed, unceasingly, weak yet seemingly possessive. Your left hand. Now your choice is to become a slave to this Tongshan Taoist, or to merge with me. I've come to take you home. You. The voice suddenly appeared in her head, causing Gongsunwaner to instantly understand everything. Her expression slowly turned bitter, her eyes filled with understanding. You're making such a gamble. It's not like our character. Finally, in her heart, Gongsunwaner spoke with anguish. It's indeed not like our character. However, I won the bet. The demon mother spoke weakly. In that instant, she truly felt awe towards the guardian of the tomb of this world. That year, he made a promise to her and gave her this plan. As expected, a concept left behind by that ancient being. The demon mother took a deep breath. In fact, from the very beginning, she had been gambling. After losing her left hand, not only did her cultivation decline, but she also struggled to control the bone ship. Most importantly, she lacked the sealing power of her left hand, and therefore had no way to open the demon-suppressing mirror and summon the most powerful divine ability of her life, which was those 3 demonic flags. Although she could become the demon mother, these 3 flags were crucial. Initially, when she was outside, she paid a huge price, sparing no expense in inviting powerful experts to assist her. Only then did she manage to seal 3 other heavenly venerate level vengeful spirits, almost from the same era as her, or even on par with her, within the flags, becoming her greatest treasure and most powerful technique, especially the crying and laughing demon face within it. Previously, it was a heavenly venerate who was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through. Although not yet a primordial being, it could be called a half-step primordial being. After she sealed these three vengeful spirits, although their individual cultivation weakened considerably, the three banners together still allowed her combat power to resound throughout the world, even outside the realm. However, these three vengeful spirits were unstable, so she had to invite a primordial being to help her forge a demon-suppressing mirror normally to suppress the three great vengeful spirits. But even so, she still found it difficult to control them perfectly. Therefore, she used the secret technique of the eternal sealing rune on her body, imprinting the sealing power of the demon-suppressing mirror on her left hand and the summoning power of the vengeful spirits on her right hand. When needed, she uses her left hand to break the seal and her right hand to summon three great demon lords. With her left hand gone, the demon mother immediately found herself in a difficult situation. Without the power to summon and unable to break the seal of the demon-suppressing mirror, she had no choice but to gamble. She was betting on the Heavenly Venerable's character. He would definitely not trust others and would surely attack Gongsun under circumstances where he believed nothing was amiss. This was what the Tomb Guardian had told her, his analysis and judgment. At the same time, she was also betting that her left hand, which had conjured Gongsun, would be prepared. And when the Heavenly Venerable and Gongsun clashed, that would be the moment she would rise again. Therefore, instead of saying that she was in the miniature world of the Heavenly Venerable, she had no power to resist and was devoured and merged by Gongsun, it's better to say. This was her actively creating the opportunity, actively going along with it, allowing Gongsun to devour her. You win. Take me home. All these thoughts echoed in Gongsun and the Ghost Mother's minds, seemingly slow, but in reality, they all happened in an instant. There was no other choice. Not wanting to become a servant of the Heavenly Venerable, she could only dissipate her consciousness. In silence, Gongsun closed her eyes. The moment her eyes closed, the black energy surrounding her suddenly swirled, instantly condensing into the form of the Ghost Mother. Almost immediately upon the Ghost Mother's appearance, the Heavenly Venerable's expression changed. You! The Heavenly Venerate's breathing quickened. Without delay, he exerted all his strength to strengthen the seal. He saw that the miniature world had formed a circle, about to be completely sealed. But at this moment, the Demon Mother appeared beside Gongsun, a piercing sound emanating from her body. Where are the three demons? Almost instantly after her words were spoken, a deafening sound erupted. Immediately, one of the three flags on the bone ship exploded. A furious roar echoed across the sky and earth. On this flag, a gigantic, ferocious demonic face suddenly materialized, charging out. Its aura surpassed that of a demigod, very close to that of a heavenly venerate. It had three horns on its head, its entire body a dark purple, like a malevolent being. In the instant it emerged, this demonic face roared, charging straight towards the seal of the miniature world. The Heavenly Venerable's expression changed again, and he immediately stepped forward to intercept. But just as he stopped the first demonic face, in an instant, a deafening explosion, even more earth-shattering than before, erupted from the second flag. A second demonic face suddenly burst out. This second demonic face was completely green, with countless eyes growing on its face. Even when it opened its large mouth, a large number of eyes were constantly blinking inside. Although its aura was very close to that of the Heavenly Venerable, to be precise, it was clearly more powerful than the first vengeful ghost. Like a demon escaping from its confinement after bursting out, it also rushed towards the miniature world seal. The Heavenly Venerable's expression was anxious. Relying on his own strength, he tried to stop it again. However, he could stop these two demonic faces, but he couldn't stop the third one. Almost simultaneously with the two demonic faces bursting out, the third flag also exploded violently. A wave of even more ferocious and indiscriminate slaughter than the two previous demonic faces erupted, carrying a ferocious, intense laughter that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Demon Mother, you can finally release me. As this voice emerged, it was as if countless vengeful spirits were howling across the entire land, a collective roar of tens of thousands of demons reverberating. The sky instantly turned dark and gloomy. The sea of bones trembled incessantly. And at this very moment, its form suddenly materialized. This was a bizarre demonic face, half black, half white, clearly smiling, yet appearing to be weeping, or perhaps weeping, yet giving the impression of laughing. This chaotic feeling instantly caused all who saw it to tremble uncontrollably. as if on the verge of collapse. The nascent soul cultivators on the bone ship were all unable to control themselves, their life force being sucked out from their 7 orifices. They all panicked, trying to use any means to stop it, but it was all futile. Bai Xiaochun's breathing also intensified, his expression becoming serious. He recognized this most powerful demonic face. Previously, when they first arrived at the bone ship, this flag seemed to be grinning ferociously at them. The pressure emanating from this demonic face was immense. Surging up in an instant, it was no different from a heavenly venerate. Not only did Bai Xiaochun's expression change, but the heavenly venerate also gasped for breath. The third demonic face roared, charging straight towards the miniature world seal, finally striking directly. Its speed was incredibly fast. Even the heavenly venerate understood that he had no way to prevent the seal from being broken. With a resounding crash, the heavens and earth seemed to shatter under this sound, as if a massive hole had been punched through them. The miniature world seal was utterly incapable of withstanding this impact, comparable to that of a heavenly venerate. It directly cracked, eventually shattering into countless pieces. What shocked Bai Xiaochun even more was that after the miniature world seal shattered, the eyes of this weeping, laughing demon gleamed with greed. It opened its huge mouth and began devouring small fragments of the miniature world. With each bite, its eyes lit up with excitement. "You wretched beast, how dare you!" Seeing his sealing technique being devoured by this demonic face, the heavenly venerate roared softly. Just as he was about to rush out, the weeping, laughing demonic face suddenly turned its head, its eyes revealing a sinister light as it looked towards the heavenly venerate. "There's even a quasi-heavenly venerate. I'll devour you." With a loud laugh, it ignored the small miniature images surrounding it and charged straight towards the heavenly venerate. As for the other 2 demonic faces, seeing the weeping, laughing demonic face approaching, they both trembled with fear, as if terrified, and coordinated with each other, charging towards the heavenly venerate. All of this reversed too quickly. On the bone ship, the life force of each person was being continuously drained, their faces pale, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Bai Xiaochun and the other heavenly beings could still resist. But compared to the Cloud Thunder twins, not a single trace of life force was being drained from Bai Xiaochun's body. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, staring at the demon mother, his body trembling, as if about to explode. In fact, now that the seal on the miniature world had shattered and the 3 great demon faces had restrained the heavenly venerate, the demon mother's body had become indistinct. Her entire body finally transformed into a large, dark mouth, lunging towards Ho Xiaomei, who was being clung to by Gongsun Wanner, and suddenly devouring her. Under this single swallow, Ho Xiaomei's body trembled violently. Black energy quickly dispersed from her 7 orifices, transforming her into the appearance of a little girl. She seemed to linger, glancing at the world, then at Ho Xiaomei behind her, softly whispering, "Don't hurt her." After saying this, she closed her eyes. Her soul was instantly sucked directly into the demon mother's mouth. It was at this very moment that, within Ho Xiaomei's 7 orifices, following the little girl, another soul appeared. It was Ho Xiaomei's soul. Unexpectedly, her soul was also being sucked out, and it seemed she was about to be devoured by the ghost mother. This scene made Bai Xiaochun's body feel as if it were being torn apart. Veins bulging on his forehead, blood vessels in his eyes made them intensely red. He let out a heart-wrenching scream that shook the heavens. Even the heavenly venerate and the 3 demon-faced figures fighting had to pay attention to this earth-shattering cry. "Ghost Mother, you devouring Gongsun Wanner is your business. But if you harm Ho Xiaomei, today I, Bai Xiaochun, swear that from the azure sky to the yellow springs, I will definitely kill you in this lifetime." Bai Xiaochun's voice was hoarse, revealing an indescribable determination amidst the sorrow. In the blink of an eye, as soon as the power was transmitted, it seemed to trigger the existing rules of heaven and earth in the netherworld, forming a storm that roared and echoed in all directions. At this moment, the ghost mother had finished devouring Gongsun Wanner. Her face, which originally had no facial features, was rapidly changing, revealing eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Very quickly, she finally transformed into a graceful woman. She didn't look very old. Her skin was bright and captivating, and her eyes held a strange, alluring light. She was truly stunning. As for her previously broken left arm, it was now visibly regenerating. In an instant, it had fully recovered. An extremely bizarre aura, so powerful it could make the world feel like it was about to explode, surged from her body towards the sky. You threaten me. The ghost mother slowly opened her mouth. When she looked at Bai Xiaochun, her eyes were deep and dark, like the starry sky, enough to make anyone lose their bearings. But Bai Xiaochun didn't lose his bearings. His eyes were bloodshot. His whole body seemed to go mad as he stared at the ghost mother, spitting out each word. I'm not threatening you, but warning you. Bai Xiaochun said these words without thinking them through. If it weren't for his personality, he absolutely wouldn't dare say such things to the ghost mother. But there was a contradiction in Bai Xiaochun's character. Although he feared death, if he saw his loved ones and friends in danger, he wouldn't run away in fear, much less be cowardly. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun knew no fear. He only knew that Hou Xiaomei's life hung in the balance. He had made up his mind. Even if he had to call upon his disciple, even if he had to summon the tomb guardian, he had to use all his strength to stop the ghost mother. His thoughts were resolute, and his eyes revealed utter madness after seeing this. The ghost mother's mind was shaken. She immediately felt that, in this instant, a trace of the will of this world seemed to fall towards Bai Xiaochun. Vaguely, it seemed as if she was witnessing the oath Bai Xiaochun was uttering at this moment. For some reason, the ghost mother's heart beat noticeably faster. Even though, in her eyes, Bai Xiaochun was a heavenly human cultivator. Without the tomb guardian's jade pendant, she could easily crush him to death. But on the other hand, her intuition told her, once she truly devoured Hou Xiaomei's soul, one day, she would definitely create an unnecessary and powerful enemy for herself. This feeling came suddenly. The demon mother's eyes flashed, and the large mouth that was devouring Hou Xiaomei's soul suddenly disappeared. She abandoned the thought of conveniently devouring Hou Xiaomei's soul, raised her right hand, and directly sent Hou Xiaomei's soul back into her body. Actually, this is not a bad idea, and it's connected to a young man who's involved with this underworld. It's actually the best choice for a disciple. The demon mother's thoughts shifted, and she instantly retrieved Hou Xiaomei's soul, still unconscious, from her body directly into her sleeve, and carried her away. In a flash, the demon mother rushed towards the bone boat. This scene caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to bleed and his breathing to become ragged. The heavenly venerate, who was currently battling the three demons, suddenly retreated. He looked up at the demon mother, his voice urgent. Demon mother, we can cooperate. We cooperate with you? Before the heavenly venerate could finish, the demon mother let out a laugh, unceremoniously interrupting him. Ridiculous! She glanced contemptuously at the heavenly venerate. Before, she still needed to disguise herself. But today, she was completely herself. In this world, except for the tomb guardian whom she still couldn't see through, she didn't care about anyone else. Even the one before her, a quasi-heavenly venerate in her eyes, she still didn't pay attention to. Even if it weren't for the increased world power, she wouldn't hesitate to kill this heavenly venerate and turn him into a vengeful ghost, making him her fourth banner. Unfortunately, with increased world power in this world, if I want to kill someone, unless my cultivation can break through the heavenly venerate realm and enter the primordial realm, only then can I disregard the strict rules and kill him. Otherwise, if someone wanted to kill this person, only someone from this particular world could disregard the increasing power of the world, and might even enter to plunder and kill him. The demon mother's contemptuous gaze swept over the numerous cultivators before her. The heavenly venerate's expression clearly darkened. In that instant, a glint of light flickered in his eyes. He was utterly unwilling to accept defeat. Success was within his grasp, yet he had failed once again. Not only had he failed to enslave them, but this demon mother had once more risen to power. Old demon guarding the tomb, you repeatedly obstructed me. In this desolate wilderness, there are traces of your past plans. I am not reconciled. I must break free from this world. I am the ruler of this world. The heavenly venerate was on the verge of madness. It was only because of his previous severe injuries that he had foreseen this. Otherwise, he had foreseen a different outcome. But before he could speak again, the demon mother had instantly stepped onto the bone boat. Her exquisite face lifted. From head to toe, an aura of disdain surged forth, reaching the heavens. Now, leave this world. Return home. Evil venerable bone ship, rise. She raised her right hand and pressed down on the bone ship below. With this single press, the bone ship emitted a loud explosion and trembled violently. Following that, a deafening thunderclap resounded. The ground shook. The surrounding sea of bones crumbled into dust. At the same time, in this instant, the entire surface of the forbidden zone of life was riddled with enormous cracks. These cracks, centered around the bone ship, spread outwards in all directions with a creaking sound. The deeper the cracks, the more enormous bone spikes slowly emerged. Especially the largest crack, at its far end, finally exploded, revealing a dense bone tail. It seemed as if a gigantic monster was about to burst out from beneath the ground. Under this intense shockwave, many cultivators on the bone ship were directly struck by the force of the impact, violently thrown against their bodies. Each one spat out fresh blood, their bodies uncontrollably flung out of the bone ship. As these figures were successively thrown out, so too was Bai Xiaochun. The powerful force transmitted from the bone ship directly exploded on him. Then, Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale, his body recoiled with a thud, and he was thrown out of the bone ship. It was at this moment that the ground seemed to explode. The already enormous bone ship finally slowly rose into the air. Everything around it was shaken. Those who were thrown out gasped in fear. They saw that from beneath the bone ship, emerging from the ground, a ship's hull even larger than the bone ship itself. My God, this bone ship might only be a part of it. Buried beneath the ground, that's the whole thing. Everyone around exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Xiaochun's mind was also violently shaken. He saw that what emerged from the ground was an even more enormous bone ship. To be precise, the part that was exposed earlier was merely a portion of the complete bone ship. Now, as the sea of bones shattered and the forbidden zone of life crumbled, this ancient ship appeared completely intact. It was, unexpectedly, a gigantic white serpent bone. This serpent was incredibly huge. Even a glance couldn't reveal its end. Only its outline was visible. The exposed bone ship was actually built on top of this white serpent bone. Such a scene shocked everyone's minds and exceeded all expectations. No one had imagined that this bone ship would ultimately be like this. At the same time, the cultivators on the bone ship, who had been launched into the air, were continuously thrown back by the shockwaves. Bai Lin and Zhao Qianzhou all spat out fresh blood, their bodies flung in all directions by the shockwaves. The heavens and earth exploded, the sky twisted. A huge vortex, extending from the two arms of the ghost mother on the bone ship, suddenly appeared at the edge of the sky. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. He suddenly looked towards this vortex. He vaguely saw that within this vortex, there seemed to be another world. This world, though vague, felt very clear. Home. The moment the demon mother's ear-piercing roar echoed, the ground of the forbidden zone surrounding it shattered and caved in, and the white serpent's bones suddenly rose from the earth, hurtling straight towards the swirling vortex in the sky. From afar, it looked like a dragon tearing through the heavens. It was at this moment that Bai Xiaochun suddenly realized that, except for Ho Xiaomei who had been taken away, this bone boat hadn't thrown everyone out. At least more than 10 people were left behind, trapped inside this bone boat. Zhang Dapan was one of them. At this moment, Zhang Dapan trembled as he stood on the bone boat, staring blankly at the vortex in the sky that was getting closer and closer, looking at the ghost mother standing there, her arms outstretched. Her entire body exuded an aura that terrified heaven and earth. He trembled even more. Suddenly, a dream he had before coming here flashed through his mind. A new world. The white snake bone, the bone boat, soared into the air. At the same time, the three ghost heavenly venerables beside him, though unwilling, were unable to do as they pleased and were dragged along by the bone boat, hurtling straight towards the vortex in the sky. Compared to the other two demon faces, the crying, laughing demon face was even more intensely resentful. This world, I'm not willing to leave. I want to stay. I don't want to go out. It was frantic inside, yet powerless. No matter how much it struggled, it was impossible to escape the control of this bone ship. It watched as it was pulled closer and closer to the bone ship. It was at this very moment, as the bone ship soared into the air, hurtling towards the enormous vortex in the sky, as if being drawn in, the heavenly venerate's breath became rapid and agitated. His eyes held an indescribable longing as he gazed at the vortex in the sky. His temperament was completely opposite to that of the crying, laughing demon face. That was the place he desperately longed to go. He had reached the pinnacle in this world, and had been here for far too long. For him, when a person is confined to one place for too long, that place becomes like a giant prison. He didn't want to stay here. He wanted to leave, even though he knew that his departure might shatter this world, that it would cause everyone to die. But he chose this path. For Zhang Daopan and his group, going outside was undoubtedly a grave danger. But for the Heavenly Venerate, it was a completely new future. His body suddenly shot out, transforming into a rainbow, finally catching up with the bone ship, rushing straight towards the vortex, as if also wanting to be guided by this vortex to leave this realm. However, the moment he approached, a pressure from the heavens, felt only by him, suddenly descended. And from the ground, an endless gravitational pull emanated. With the force pressing down from above and the force pulling down from below, he was trapped there, completely unable to escape. Even the will of the world, which had been concentrated upon him, showed signs of shattering because of his actions. The Heavenly Venerable let out a deafening roar of unwillingness. "Old ghost guarding the tomb, there will be a day, I will come out." The Heavenly Venerable roared, his voice transforming into thunder, carrying the power of the world, exploding in all directions, causing countless lightning bolts to appear in the void surrounding the white serpent's bones. These lightning bolts were numerous, densely packed together, forming a pool of thunder, like a gigantic lightning hand aggressively grabbing towards the white serpent's bones. It was as if making one last attempt to hold them back. The moment this gigantic lightning hand took shape, it seemed to be colored by the Tangshan River, finally turning golden. From afar, this gigantic golden lightning hand, carrying supreme power, embraced the white serpent's bones. But the moment of impact, in an instant, the demon mother sneered, her hands forming a hand seal, and she swung them forcefully. Immediately, a black aura erupted from the white snake-like skeleton. In a flash, black mist spread across the sky, directly confronting the approaching giant golden lightning hand. With a loud bang, the giant lightning hand was unable to break through the mist. In fact, under the force of the counter-shock, it shattered by nearly half. Just as it was about to dissipate, the weeping and laughing demon face, which had been guided back to the bone boat, suddenly let out a roar. In that instant, using some unknown method, it suddenly changed its trajectory, directly charging towards the giant lightning hand of the Heavenly Venerate. This scene instantly filled the demon mother's eyes with murderous intent. The Heavenly Venerate was clearly startled, but he didn't hesitate for a moment. The gigantic, yellow lightning hand, nearly half shattered, grabbed the weeping laughing demon face and aggressively pulled. A deafening explosion erupted. The weeping laughing demon face, which had been returning from its trajectory to the bone boat, was finally seized by the Heavenly Venerable's hand. Directly. But when the gigantic lightning hand condensed and shrunk before the Heavenly Venerable, the weeping laughing demon face, which should have been in his grasp, had somehow vanished, leaving no trace. The Heavenly Venerable's eyes flashed, as if he were contemplating something. The demon mother witnessed all of this. The killing intent in her eyes grew stronger, but she said nothing more, only glancing at this fragment of the world, then ignoring it completely. The white bone snake exploded, its distance from the vortex growing closer and closer. However, at this very moment, even the Heavenly Venerate couldn't have imagined that a figure would suddenly emerge from the shattered sea of bones, moving at incredible speed, instantly soaring into the air. It was Bai Xiaochun. "Ghost Mother, give me back Ho Xiaomei and my senior brother." Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red. At this point, he was completely reckless. He couldn't stand idly by and watch Ho Xiaomei be taken away, nor could he bear to see Zhang Dapeng being swept into the vortex by this ship. He unleashed his speed to the limit, creating a tearing sound as he flew rapidly towards the white-boned serpent. At this moment, his figure was visible to all the remaining cultivators below. Every single one of them was shocked. The Heavenly Venerable narrowed his eyes, looking around. The matter of the bone boat this time was shrouded in the scheming of the Tomb Guardian. The Heavenly Venerable had always been vigilant, but from beginning to end, the opponent had completely disappeared. This made him feel wronged and deeply suspicious. That old devil is too cunning. I don't believe he only stopped me from becoming powerful this time. He must have other motives I don't know. On the white-boned serpent, the ghost mother lowered her head, watching Bai Xiaochun rapidly approaching. She saw the bloodshot eyes of Bai Xiaochun, seeing the madness in his eyes at this moment. However, even if Bai Xiaochun's speed increased, he still couldn't catch up with the white-boned serpent. Especially now, the white-boned serpent had approached the vortex and begun to merge. First the bone boat, then the head, body, and tail of the white-boned serpent completely vanished. In the blink of an eye before disappearing, the demon mother opened her eyes. Her lips moved slightly, and she looked at Bai Xiaochun, uttering a sentence. Considering the promise I made to the tomb guardian, you can rest assured. This girl has a special constitution, and her cultivation method is compatible with mine. I will take her as my disciple. As for the cultivators on this bone ship, each of them will follow the will of heaven. Looking at the completely vanished white bone, Bai Xiaochun's body stopped in midair, astonished to see the vortex slowly dissipating. Little sister, senior brother, Bai Xiaochun murmured softly, feeling a little helpless and lonely. He remembered the dream Zhang Dapan had told him. Obviously, his senior brother had long had a premonition of such a scene. He could only believe that everything the demon mother said was true. As he grew older, his cultivation level gradually increased, and his lifespan accumulated more and more. Bai Xiaochun realized the price of maturity. This price he wasn't experiencing for the first time. But each time he realized it, he felt utterly helpless. He didn't know if he was wrong, or if the world was wrong. He just wanted to cultivate happily. He just wanted to smile forever. In the silence, bitterness welled up in Bai Xiaochun's heart. He didn't know if he would ever see Zhang Dapeng and Houzi Mei again in this lifetime. Surely I will, Bai Xiaochun murmured softly. He didn't notice that, as the vortex disappeared and the forbidden zone of light shattered, the restrictive force that existed there also dissipated. This place was once a forbidden zone for life, but now there are no longer any restrictions on cultivators. Perhaps many years from now, it will be restored once again. But for now, during this time, it's completely open. And the heavenly venerate, it's unknown when he left. He didn't take anyone with him. He wanted to go after the crying and laughing demon that had just disappeared. But Du Lingfei didn't leave. She was left behind. She stood silently on the ground, looking up at Bai Xiaochun in the sky. Her expression was somewhat complex, her figure somewhat desolate. But she still took a deep breath, then stood up and flew to Bai Xiaochun's side, taking his hand and gently speaking. Xiaochun, don't be so distressed. I believe that one day, we will meet again. Bai Xiaochun silently turned his head and looked at Du Lingfei. Her hand gripped tightly, as if conveying warmth and confidence. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun nodded. On the shattered sea of bones, out of the more than 1,000 cultivators from the 4 sects who had been there before, fewer than 200 remained alive. Each of them bore injuries. Even Du Lingfei, though her father had taken her into his storage bag, had been injured in the fierce battle between the Ghost Mother and Gongsun Wanner when she first entered the 3rd level. Although not serious, she needed treatment. The others were in the same situation. Therefore, the group quickly flew towards the exit of this life-forbidden zone. They wanted to leave the life-forbidden zone and find a place to heal their injuries. They also needed to determine their direction, identify which sect the life-forbidden zone belonged to, find the nearest Yuan sect, and then use the teleportation array there to leave. Along the way, most people were silent, their hearts heavy with pressure. Yanlei twins, Lingshan, and Tia Guizi, the heavenly beings of the 3 lineages, all had injuries. Their thoughts were racing. This trial was truly immense, full of profound mysteries, exceeding everyone's imagination. But quickly, as they gradually reached the end of this forbidden zone, looking at the icy ground at the end and feeling the surrounding cold, young Lei twins were clearly astonished. Not only them, but the cultivators of the northern lineage in the group also slowly revealed unexpected joy. Northern lineage. This is the northern lineage. I can feel the cold spirit aura of the northern lineage. This forbidden zone is unexpectedly so close to the northern lineage. Bai Xiaochun's mood had been somewhat downcast, his brows furrowed. But in that instant, his expression suddenly changed. He abruptly lowered his head to look at his storage bag. What's wrong? Du Lingfei asked curiously. Nothing. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, avoiding the topic. But inwardly, a storm was brewing. In fact, in that instant, he had sensed a fluctuation within the storage bag. Inside the coffin given to him by ancestor Lingxi, the sleeping girl could emit a faint, almost inaudible whisper. Her breath, Bai Xiaochun didn't think he'd misheard. Whether it was the murdering in his head earlier or the fluctuation coming from the storage bag, these things all indicated that his perception was absolutely correct. "She's awake." Bai Xiaochun's heart stirred, and a stream of his consciousness entered the storage bag, directly checking the coffin. However, no matter how he looked, the girl inside the coffin remained asleep with her eyes closed, showing no sign of life. But there were too many people around at the moment. Bai Xiaochun couldn't conveniently take out the coffin to carefully examine it. He could only suppress the suspicion in his heart. When he looked up and saw Du Lingfei's concerned gaze, he shook his head. "I'm fine. Of course you're fine. What's wrong?" "Coming to our northern branch, and suddenly your expression changes. Are you scared?" Bai Xiaochun. Before Du Lingfei could say anything, the Cloud Thunder twins beside him sneered. The Cloud Thunder twins had been holding back for a long time. Bai Xiaochun had killed his favorite disciple here. This was originally a life-or-death feud. But because the other party revealed his identity, it made Cloud Thunder's heart tremble. Not only did he not dare to pursue him, but he was also worried about revenge. He could only endure the humiliation and offer a grand gift to lessen the matter. But a series of events unfolded behind the scenes. As a celestial being himself, Yanlei Shuangzi naturally saw through the Heavenly Venerate's attitude. The Heavenly Venerate doesn't even consider this person a son-in-law. Although the relationship between this person and Du Lingfei is unusual, as long as the Heavenly Venerate doesn't accept him, he's just a celestial being cultivator. If he were in another region, I might have to be wary of him, but now he's in our northern region. Even a dragon would have to turn into a worm for me. Yanlei Shuangzi sneered, the cold glint in his eyes completely unconcealed. Just as he thought, this was the northern region, within the boundaries of his sect. He couldn't say he could crush Bai Xiaochun, but he wasn't far off either. As Yanlei Shuangzi's words spread, the cultivators of the 4 surrounding regions all changed their expressions. The eyes of those from the southern and western regions flickered. They remained silent and willing to get involved in this matter. But the northern meridian is not like that. Almost all the cultivators of the northern lineage were invigorated at this moment. Under the cold air, their cultivation seemed to accelerate considerably. Their gazes towards Bai Xiaochun and his group had turned unfriendly due to the attitude of the Cloud Thunder twins. Although each of the eastern lineage cultivators wanted to help, their morale had been shaken by the terrifying and dangerous situation they had previously witnessed. Being in the northern lineage had pushed them to their limits. Facing the mockery of the Cloud Thunder twins and the unfriendly gazes of the northern lineage cultivators under different circumstances, Bai Xiaochun would have ignored them. But today, he had no time to dwell on such matters. He felt sorrowful about Hou Xiaomei and Zhang Daopan's departure, and deeply shaken by the girl's sudden awakening and words. Right now, all he wanted was to quickly leave this place and return to the eastern sect through the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder Sect's teleportation array. He didn't even want to go to the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect. He only wanted to return to the Reverse River Sect and gradually calm himself down. Therefore, at this moment, Bai Xiaochun, for once, didn't respond verbally, but remained silent, allowing the Cloud Thunder twins to continue their taunts and the surrounding northern sect cultivators to glare at him even more unfavorably. In silence, he followed everyone forward. He had originally intended to leave alone, and he also had a way to return to the Eastern Sect. But while he could leave, the people of the Eastern Sect didn't have that ability. Once Bai Xiaochun left, the others here would likely suffer even more, and might even be implicated because of him. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's silence, the Cloud Thunder twins sneered. He didn't continue to taunt Bai Xiaochun. He understood that these people were merely passing through. Very soon, each of them would teleport away. He's lucky. A murderous glint flashed in the eyes of the Cloud Thunder twins. Just now, in his thoughts, if Bai Xiaochun dared to retort even once, he would seize the opportunity to strike. In this northern region, he wouldn't just kill him, but at least severely injure Bai Xiaochun for at least 100 years. Du Lingfei remained silent throughout. However, the look in her eyes as she gazed at the northern region's people was icy cold. The Cloud Thunder twins naturally noticed this. In fact, this was one of the reasons he ultimately chose not to attack. Thus, amidst the commotion in the northern region and the silence of the other 3 regions, everyone made their way out of the Life Forbidden Zone and into the northern region's heaven and earth. Looking around, the ground was covered in a blanket of ice and snow. In the freezing weather, a biting wind howled, carrying snow with it. The sky was gloomy. The howling wind seemed to be the only sound in this world. Icebergs were visible everywhere, radiating sharpness and coldness. Snowflakes fell with the wind, seemingly unaffected by the cultivation levels of the people present, settling on their hair and bodies, lingering for a long time. If it were an ordinary person here, they would likely be instantly frozen, turning into zombies. But everyone here, even the weakest among them, had at least nascent soul cultivation. They were unfazed by the biting wind. Amidst the swirling snow and ice, a large, golden river could be seen in the distance, its waters surging and swirling. Further beyond lay the waters of the northern branch of the Tongshan River. Although everything in this northern region could freeze, the waters of the Tongshan River flowed eternally, never completely frozen. Northern region, Bai Xiaochun murmured to himself. He looked around at everything. He thought about the origins of the Lingxi sect, about the Hanmen sect. Time passed. Along the way, everyone remained silent, their speed not slowing down, transforming into over 100 streaks of rainbow light, roaring across the frozen ground, slowly approaching the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. Before long, a vast and imposing sect suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. When Bai Xiaochun looked up, he saw, in the heavens and earth ahead, at the end of the Tongshan River, in what seemed like the source of the icy cold heavens and earth, suddenly there existed a colossal waterfall. Like the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect, this waterfall connects to the sea and the river. Following the roar of the seawater, it cascades down, converging into the river to form the Tongshan River flowing downstream. However, compared to the evergreen waterfalls surrounding the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect, the area around this waterfall in the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect is a vast expanse of white. Everything is covered in ice and snow. And surprisingly, on either side of this waterfall stand two enormous ice sculptures. These two ice sculptures are incredibly powerful, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Bai Xiaochun only glanced at them, yet he could feel a crushing pressure on his face. Standing on the icy surface, the ice sculpture on the left depicts a middle-aged man, very refined. He is now raising his head, looking towards the sky. At the same time, his right hand is outstretched, as if reaching for the void. In his right hand, he wasn't empty. He was holding a vast expanse of white clouds. The white clouds were enormous, resembling a small continent from afar. Countless buildings and even rainbows adorned the clouds. Inside, cultivators were coming and going. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, recalling his understanding of the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. He immediately realized that the statue on the left holding the white clouds was the Cloud sect of the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. So the one on the right must be the Thunder sect. Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept across, looking at the statue on the right. That statue was also a middle-aged man, but it no longer possessed that refined air. Instead, it exuded an aura of dominance and intimidation. At the same time, lightning seemed to flicker all over his body. In his left hand, he raised a layer of cloud. This cloud was black, denser than even the darkest black clouds, and not much different in size from the white clouds. Above it, buildings rose like a forest, and there were many cultivators. Besides the different color of the cloud, within this black cloud, countless lightning bolts, like silver snakes, seemed to be constantly emerging, radiating in all directions with thunderous roars. That was the Thunder sect. The Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. Its disciples are divided according to their cultivation level, the lowest being the first heaven, the highest the ninth heaven. The sect is divided into two parts, the Cloud sect and the Thunder sect. Bai Xiaochun's gaze returned from the statue of the Thunder sect. He suddenly looked up, gazing towards the two layers of cloud supported by the two statues. Floating in the high sky, two coffins, one large and one small, seemed to be carried by the sect. The entire coffin was incredibly dark, emanating the sorrowful power of time, seemingly having existed for an extremely long time. Inside, Bai Xiaochun clearly felt the fluctuations of a celestial being. It must be similar to the blue rainbow of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect, belonging to the realm of celestial beings. So the slightly smaller coffin above must be a demigod. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun's gaze turned towards the peak, the place where all the power of the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect resided. It was a glass coffin, only 3/3 the size of the large black coffin, yet supremely majestic, standing tall at the highest point, radiating an astonishing aura that enveloped the entire northern region. Welcome, Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder Sect. Seeing the startled expressions of everyone around, the Cloud Thunder twins laughed arrogantly and spoke indifferently. The cultivators of the northern region around them were all incredibly excited. The feeling of surviving a disaster and returning home stirred everyone's emotions. It was at this moment, as the twin Cloud Thunder spoke, that the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder Sect erupted with a whooshing sound of tearing through the air. In an instant, figures emerged from the white and black clouds, along with a black coffin in the starry sky, rushing towards them. Heavenly human fluctuations descended incessantly. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 heavenly human fluctuations. The will influencing the heavens followed. Suddenly, 4 enormous, icy faces appeared in the sky, staring down at everyone. You are the one who killed my northern branch disciple, Bai Xiaochun. A roar like thunder struck. High in the sky, one of the 4 faces suddenly spoke. The sound reverberated. In an instant, the eyes of all 4 of them fell upon Bai Xiaochun. The newcomers were not benevolent and were incredibly arrogant. Bai Xiaochun's eyelids twitched violently in horror. These 4 northern heavenly beings consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was a young lady, her smiling face carrying a murderous aura. 2 of the other 3 were elderly men. The third was a middle-aged man, strikingly handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He possessed a unique charm. Bai Xiaochun had seen many handsome male cultivators before, but compared to this one, they all fell short. Simply based on appearance, after seeing him, Bai Xiaochun felt a pang in his heart. This middle-aged man was truly too handsome, his cultivation was high, and his eyes sparkled with divine light enough to attract all the female cultivators. At this moment, everyone from the western and southern branches retreated. Even Tiagrizi and Lingshan Shangran did the same. They led their cultivators away from the eastern branch. Zhao Chuanzhou and Bai Lin were anxious. Song Qiu felt a little conflicted. He felt anxious himself, but at the same time, he couldn't help but want to quickly go and see how Bai Xiaochun would resolve this matter. Actually, in his perception, this was fundamentally impossible to resolve. The Northern Heavenly Human Sect surely wouldn't dare to kill Bai Xiaochun. Perhaps a brutal beating was inevitable. In fact, Songquest's judgment was correct. On the way back, the Cloud Thunder twins had sent a telepathic message. That's why, upon Bai Xiaochun's arrival, all the Northern Heavenly Human Sect members appeared simultaneously. HMPH, I can't act alone, but with everyone together, it's fine. The Cloud Thunder twins sneered, a cold glint flashing in their eyes. The pressure on Bai Xiaochun instantly increased. Although he was in a bad mood, seeing such a scene at this moment, he took a deep breath, his heart pounding. Not counting the Cloud Thunder twins, the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder Sect now had 4 members. If you added the Cloud Thunder twins, Bai Xiaochun didn't know whether to count them as 6 or 5. But no matter how you count them, he could only be defeated. Not to mention the glass coffin in the sky and the demigod. At this moment, his breath momentarily stopped. Seeing the 4 faces in the sky all staring at him, Bai Xiaochun inwardly groaned. If it weren't for the Cloud Thunder twins being here, he would definitely look around with a bewildered expression, wanting to find someone to help him figure out who Bai Xiaochun really was. But today, Bai Xiaochun could only take a deep breath, his eyes turning red. I am a dignified heavenly human cultivator. My head may fall, my blood may flow, but my aura absolutely cannot be intimidated. Bai Xiaochun screamed wildly in his heart. He suddenly took a step forward, raising his head. His entire aura suddenly erupted. One hand embraced Du Lingfei's waist, who was standing beside him. Du Lingfei, who was standing nearby, was also thinking about how to help Bai Xiaochun resolve this situation. She even had an idea in mind. But before she could open her mouth, Bai Xiaochun stepped forward and embraced her. To Du Lingfei's astonishment, Bai Xiaochun's aura surged, as if he looked down on the world with disdain. He actually, after embracing Du Lingfei, in front of all the cultivators from the northern branch, in front of the 2 southwestern branches watching from the sidelines, and under the anxious gaze of the eastern branch, he directly planted a smack on Du Lingfei's cheek. A kiss. This scene instantly left Song Qiu and the others speechless. Young Lei twins frowned. The other northern branch cultivators were all extremely surprised. especially the handsome middle-aged man. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and his eyes seemed to be filled with anger, ready to erupt. "Wife, my father, the heavenly venerable, has left, ordering us to patrol this place. I remember our senior brother is here in the northern region, right? Please introduce him to me. Since we've come to the northern region, we should go and pay our respects to our senior brother." Bai Xiaoqun cleared his throat and spoke loudly. As soon as he said this, San Qiu gasped. Zhao Chuanzhou and Bai Lin's eyes widened, their minds reeling. Tia Guizi and Ling Shan Shengren both showed expressions of disbelief. Although young Li Shuangzi knew about this, they didn't expect Bai Xiaoqun to be so shameless as to establish a relationship with a half-god ancestor in their sect. The other heavenly beings of the northern region hesitated. Du Lingfei's true identity made them all wary. As for Bai Xiaoqun's shamelessness, their feelings about it deepened even more. A dignified celestial being, yet relying on a woman, what kind of skill is that? This Bai Xiaoqun is indeed just as the rumors say, insidious and deceitful, utterly shameless. Facing everyone's gaze, Bai Xiaoqun snorted, completely unconcerned. He even felt a little smug, thinking only a fool would be here, knowing they were no match yet still insisting on fighting, waiting to be beaten to death. Du Lingfei's expression was somewhat unnatural. Her face flushed, and she glared angrily at Bai Xiaoqun. She was about to speak, but at that moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the sky. "Bai Xiaoqun, take your filthy hands off me." Following the words, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. The handsome middle-aged man among the northern heavenly humans suddenly seemed to be foaming at the mouth, transforming into a rainbow and hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaoqun. He possessed peak mid-stage heavenly human cultivation. At this moment, he held nothing back, unleashing his full power like a meteor threatening to destroy the world. In an instant, he was close to Bai Xiaoqun. Bai Xiaoqun was also extremely surprised by the sudden outburst of power from the handsome man before him, but he didn't have time to think much. He suddenly raised his left hand, directly blocking the handsome man's punch from a distance. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Bai Xiaoqun's body recoiled several steps. The handsome man, having arrived, also changed his expression and retreated. At the same time, a murderous aura appeared on Du Lingfei's face, and she suddenly spoke. "Feng Chen, what do you intend to do?" "Du Lingfei, this little thief actually dared to disrespect you right in front of me. Today I must kill him." The handsome middle-aged man named Feng Chen, his eyes burning with rage, pointed at Bai Xiaoqun, his killing intent incredibly intense. Bai Xiaoqun was slightly stunned. After hearing this man call him Du Lingfei, he widened his eyes and looked towards Du Lingfei. "Are you two acquainted?" Du Lingfei was about to explain when, in an instant, Feng Chen lunged towards Bai Xiaoqun again. This time, not only did he attack, but several other heavenly beings also attacked simultaneously, their eyes flashing, and finally, they all rushed towards Bai Xiaoqun. Their speed was extremely fast, closing in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaoqun's breath suddenly stopped. He felt the killing intent of these people directed at him. Moreover, the four of them attacked simultaneously, sealing off the area around him, making it impossible for Bai Xiaoqun to dodge. Facing imminent danger, he suddenly let out a low growl, his body crackling, and he immediately unleashed the human mountain technique again. Suddenly, Hanshin Shan launched his attack. The Immortal Forbiddance technique also unfolded. Amidst the deafening explosion, the Immortal Emperor's fist, now 5 times stronger, was unleashed without delay. At this moment, the icy coldness of heaven and earth seemed to intensify. In the deafening roar from all directions, this earth-shattering punch caused the 4 northern heavenly beings to momentarily change their expressions. But they did not retreat, instead unleashing their full power, ultimately confronting him head-on. Boom! Amidst the resounding explosions, Bai Xiaoqun's body suddenly recoiled. It was at this moment that the Clad Thunder Twins suddenly approached. This time, it was the 6 great heavenly beings joining forces to suppress him. First, they suppressed him from the will of heaven, effectively sealing the spiritual power Bai Xiaoqun was drawing from within this world. This allowed his divine abilities to be unleashed with greater force. Seeing the danger, Bai Xiaoqun roared. A drop of immortal blood condensed within his body, ready to shatter at any moment. He had no other choice. If these people were so arrogant, he could only unleash this uncontrollable divine slaughter technique. 3 of you immediately retreat. Bai Xiaochun shouted, preparing to unleash the divine slaughter. All of this, from the moment the northern branch attacked until now, only took a few breaths. Du Lingfei showed a worried expression. Almost instantly after Du Lingfei opened his mouth, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from within the glass coffin. The laughter echoed in all directions. The sky changed color, and the figure of a young man silently appeared in the heavens. He raised his right hand, seemingly without force. But in an instant, a loud explosion erupted in the air between Bai Xiaochun and the northern heavenly human. Boom! As the explosion occurred, the 6 people from the northern heaven were directly suppressed, their divine abilities completely neutralized, and their bodies were violently pushed backward by a gentle force. But Bai Xiaochun was different. His divine abilities were forcefully suppressed, and the force of the push was even more violent, directly exploding on his body. Bai Xiaochun let out a groan, spitting out a large amount of fresh blood. His body staggered backward, his breathing heavy, his eyes turning red. He looked up and saw the figure of the young man in the sky. The young man's entire being emitted a demigod-level energy that shook the very soul of others. Bai Xiaochun's expression instantly turned grim. That last blow, if not for his strong physique, would have surely left him severely injured. The young man, standing high in the sky, glanced at Bai Xiaochun, then withdrew his gaze, smiled, and slowly spoke to Du Lingfei. "Little sister, why speak to 4th senior brother like that?" Never mind, I won't bother with these people. Guards, open the teleportation array and send the cultivators of the 3 lineages back to the sect." The young man shook his head. Following his words, the elders of the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder sect quickly opened the teleportation array. With a resounding bang, Jie Grizi and Lim Shan Shangren respectfully bowed to the young man, then led their subordinate cultivators into the array, teleporting away. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He led Zhangqiu and the others, under the mockery and cold laughter of the northern sect cultivators all around, and under the undisguised murderous gazes of the heavenly beings, intending to enter the formation and leave. But at this moment, suddenly a wave of energy even more intense than that of the half-god youth descended directly upon the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. The youth in midair was stunned. Du Lingfei was also bewildered. Bai Xiaochun and the others immediately looked up. Everyone instantly discovered that another enormous talisman had descended from the sky. In midair, this talisman shattered, but a majestic sound shook the heavens and earth, echoing in all directions, appointing Bai Xiaochun as a guard envoy, assisting the Tongshan envoy Du Lingfei. In patrolling the northern sect, this is the decree of the heavenly venerate. At this moment, as the decree was issued, Bai Xiaochun was stunned, the northern branch was stunned, and Zhangqiu and his group were also stunned. Du Lingfei and the young half-god seemed to be deep in thought. The surroundings fell silent. After a while, Bai Xiaochun seemed to come to his senses. Sweat immediately streamed down his forehead. He knew that everyone in the northern branch disliked him intensely. He had thought he could leave, but he never expected to be detained today. I'm not suitable. Let's go back to the eastern branch together. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears, hastily preparing to enter the formation. But as soon as he moved, the young half-god in midair snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and pointed. Instantly, a binding force made it impossible for Bai Xiaochun to take even a single step. Bai Xiaochun was extremely nervous. He could only watch helplessly as Zhangqiu and his group watched. At this moment, each of them secretly glanced at Bai Xiaochun, then quickly stepped into the formation. In an instant, the eastern sect's people had all teleported away. Now, in the northern sect, only Bai Xiaochun remained as an outsider. He stood alone beside the formation. All around him were cultivators from the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder sect, staring intently at him, especially the Cloud Thunder twins and the heavenly humans. At this moment, a cold, mocking smile appeared on each of their lips. As for Bai Xiaochun's status, it would have been better if he had been appointed as an envoy, but he was only appointed as a guard. This meant the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder sect was being too proactive and forceful in handling Bai Xiaochun's affairs. "I didn't expect you to be detained. Bai Xiaochun, slowly enjoy your days in my 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. No matter how arrogant you are in the eastern branch, in our northern branch, you must bow your head to us," the Cloud Thunder twins said indifferently. They had already decided that although they couldn't kill Bai Xiaochun in their own territory, they had the power and too many ways to torment and harass him. The northern branch cultivators all around laughed loudly. The idea of mocking a celestial being without any consequences was unprecedented for many. In fact, Bai Xiaochun's killing of Lei Yuanzi at the trial ground had created such deep enmity with the Cloud Thunder twins that the entire northern branch hated him intensely. Bai Xiaochun knew this. At this moment, his heart ached. I don't want to stay here. Du Lingfei let out a bitter laugh. She couldn't understand why her father and grandfather had to be like this. In fact, the reason she came to the northern region was because her father had entrusted her with a task. But she didn't expect that Bai Xiaochun would also be detained. She couldn't change this, and could only comfort Bai Xiaochun with her gaze. At this moment, Feng Chen, among the heavenly beings of the northern region, coldly glanced at Bai Xiaochun. Then a chilling glint appeared in his eyes. He took a step forward, approaching the half-god youth standing in midair with Du Lingfei, bowing to each of them. When he looked up, his voice was clear and resonant. Bai Xiaochun wanted to raise his head and retort, but his body was currently bound by the demigod, rendering him unable to move, let alone speak. He could only curse silently in his heart. That makes sense. A celestial being from outside like this, even if he's just a guard, shouldn't be allowed to run rampant within our sect. That's right. Ancestor, it's obvious from the look of it that Bai Xiaochun intends to cause trouble. Restricting him a little is more appropriate. Several other celestial beings, especially the Cloud Thunder twins, immediately chimed in agreement. Bai Xiaochun was anxious, and Du Lingfei also frowned. Feng Chen, seeing that although the demigod ancestor disagreed, he didn't interrupt him, immediately understood. He smiled, clasped his hands, and bowed again. Ancestor, I have a proposal. Regarding Bai Xiaochun's presence within our Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect, let's establish 3 rules. First, he is not qualified to reside in the Black Coffin. He can only stay within the Cloud sect. He cannot leave the Cloud sect's territory even a single step. Anyone who violates this will be imprisoned in the Thunder Prison of the Thunder sect. Upon hearing these words, Bai Xiaochun was secretly terrified, his blood boiling. He cursed intensely in his heart. As for Feng Chen, he could clearly sense Bai Xiaochun's distress at this moment. Instead of ignoring Bai Xiaochun, he turned his head, stared intently into Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and spoke indifferently. Second, he cannot practice alchemy in our northern branch. This person's alchemy skills are bizarre. He could destroy a Yuan-Tu sect. Therefore, he must be restricted. Once he violates this, it will not be simply imprisonment in the Thunder Prison anymore. We suggest just kill him outright. As soon as these words were spoken, a chilling atmosphere instantly enveloped the area. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled violently, and he felt wronged. He thought to himself, after everything he had experienced at the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect, he had no intention of practicing alchemy. As for the third point, the spiritual power of the northern branch belongs to the cultivators of our northern branch. How can we let people from other branches absorb it? Therefore, this Bai Xiaochun in our 9 heavens of the Yuanlei sect, if he dares to even breathe a breath of our spiritual power, he will be imprisoned in the Thunder Prison. This 3-chapter agreement is extremely cruel and harsh. As soon as the words were spoken, the cultivators of the northern branch all felt that these 3 paths had almost completely blocked all of Bai Xiaochun's escape routes. The Cloud Thunder twins were also startled, glancing at Feng Chen. He naturally agreed in his heart. Feng Chen's words were reasonable and logical, and he seemed to be thinking of the northern branch. Even though the third point was the most unreasonable, it still made all the northern lineage cultivators feel compelled to do so. Northern lineage people absorb the northern lineage's heaven and earth's spiritual energy. You alone, a celestial being from the eastern lineage, are here. But what right do you have to steal our spiritual energy? At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was completely enraged, his breathing rapid. His bound body trembled, bloodshot eyes appeared, and his heart had long been screaming, "This is outrageous! This is outrageous!" But he had no choice. He didn't know what Du Lingfei's mission was in the northern lineage. He also knew that the Heavenly Venerate was doing this to take revenge for what happened at the trial grounds, for patting him on the head. Looking coldly at Feng Chen, Du Lingfei's face revealed undisguised anger and killing intent. She spoke indifferently. This is a mistake. As a Tongshan guard, Being bound by such a 3-chapter agreement is utterly ridiculous. Fang Turn hesitated for a moment, saying nothing. But the half-god youth in midair smiled. I actually think it's not bad. Let's leave it at that. Fourth senior brother, Du Lingfei, became anxious. Little junior sister, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with this Bai Xiaochun, but you can rest assured. As a bodyguard, unless he kills one of our northern sect disciples, he certainly won't die here. Also, there are a few things I must remind you of. This is the northern sect. The half-god youth smiled, slowly speaking. Then he turned and vanished into thin air. As he left, the restraints on Bai Xiaochun also completely disappeared. He suddenly looked up, panting. At the same time, he saw Du Lingfei's protection, and also the half-god youth's indifference. A feeling of helplessness welled up in his heart. Well, never mind. I'll honestly stay here for a while longer. Hopefully, little Dudu's patrol will end quickly. Bai Xiaochun sighed. Du Lingfei's expression showed worrying, her face changing. She knew that because of her father's injury and the unsightly appearance at this trial site, he was probably somewhat dissatisfied. It wasn't just the northern branch demigod alone. And so, with no way to change the outcome, Bai Xiaochun's face was gloomy as he was lifted onto the white cloud lifted by the statue on the left. The Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect had prepared accommodation for him, but it was only a room for a first-level disciple. It was extremely simple. The surroundings were even more secluded. After seeing it, Bai Xiaochun sighed softly, frowned, and went inside to stay. Time passed. Very quickly, several days went by. Bai Xiaochun was going crazy. He found that no matter where he went in the Cloud sect, people were staring at him. These were clearly weak cultivators from the northern lineage, easily killed with a single breath from him, yet they all looked at him with mocking eyes, as if he were a prisoner. This kind of lawless, might makes right rule is commonplace in this northern region. And once he approached the Cloud sect's border, the heavenly human's divine consciousness instantly focused on him. It seemed that the moment he took a step, it would descend and imprison him. He couldn't even cultivate. In fact, around him, there were constantly monitoring waves of energy. If he cultivated and absorbed the spiritual power of heaven and earth, he would be violating the 3-chapter covenant. This restriction was something Bai Xiaochun had never experienced before. The injustice in his heart was almost unbearable. He even felt that, for the rest of his life, in this one place where he practiced alchemy, he would not only have no regrets, but would instead look forward to even more unexpected events. But time and time again, these guys are restricting my alchemy. Is this even a way for anyone to live? Seeing this situation, Bai Xiaochun felt trapped in a desperate situation. He was furious beyond words towards the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. But he was helpless. He couldn't defeat the 6 heavenly beings working together. And they even had a demigod ancestor. All of this forced Bai Xiaochun to endure. I'll endure. Bai Xiaochun angrily grabbed his hair. He had never felt so frustrated in his life. He sighed, sat there, staring blankly at the distant sky. The sun and moon long sky technique was impossible to cultivate. The immortal blood also lacked the vitality to cultivate. Every day, Bai Xiaochun was just staring blankly. Until Du Lingfei arrived and saw Bai Xiaochun's disheveled hair and listless state, she felt very sorry for him. Xiaochun, wait a moment. Don't cause any trouble here. This time I'm going out to complete a mission my father assigned me. I'll find a way to finish it quickly. Then we can leave. Du Lingfei gently comforted him. Bai Xiaochun nodded indifferently, ignoring Du Lingfei, and continued to stare blankly at the distant sky. Du Lingfei sighed softly. She looked at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, remained silent for a long time, then turned and left, flying out of the sect. Time passed. Several more days went by. Bai Xiaochun remained in a daze. Gradually, several northern heavenly beings noticed Bai Xiaochun's obedient behavior and scoffed. But their surveillance didn't lessen. Bai Xiaochun was completely stunned. He truly felt that if he wasn't stunned in this northern region, he wouldn't know what to do. He even kept summoning the little black turtle, but there was no news from it. As for the girl in the coffin, Bai Xiaochun didn't dare take her out. In fact, he was being watched every day, which was very inconvenient. One day, after Bai Xiaochun had been in a daze for half a month, the sky had reached sunset. Looking at the deep red horizon in the distance, Bai Xiaojun habitually sat there in a daze, watching the sunset, preparing to watch the moon rise. But at this moment, suddenly a faint, soft sigh echoed in his mind. Following the sigh, a wave of energy emanated from his storage bag, the aura of home. As soon as these words came out, Bai Xiaojun's breath stopped. But he stubbornly forced himself to appear foolish at first glance. 1,000 waves surged in his mind, a surge of excitement rising within him. Is that her speaking, true spirit? Bai Xiaojun didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately sending out his consciousness. But after a long wait, there was no reply. Bai Xiaojun felt anxious, wondering if he should risk taking out the coffin to check. At that moment, a weak voice once again echoed in his mind. It's me, thank you. You've allowed me to feel the aura of home again. Bai Xiaojun was overjoyed. In truth, he had been bored to the extreme during this time. Suddenly discovering that the girl, true spirit, could awaken, he was even more excited, hastily sending out his consciousness. Without the 100-breath pill, you were able to awaken. It wasn't my body that awakened, but my consciousness. The Northern Meridian, it used to be my home. The aura here is of great help too. Long-term accumulation, it can replace the medicinal effect of a 100-breath pill. However, my consciousness can't stay awake for too long. The girl's voice interrupted, echoing in Bai Xiaojun's head. The aura of home. I once heard ancestor Lingxi mention that Lingxi sect was once the origin sect of this northern region. It was the Han sect. Bai Xiaojun was afraid the other party would fall asleep again, so he quickly said, the Han sect. The girl seemed to smile, but the smile was somewhat bitter and also contained a hint of reminiscence. That's right, Hanmen used to be mine. As the first disciple of the Heavenly Venerate, I fought for him against the Kui dynasty, slaying several heavenly kings. I even drove the Kui dynasty out of the Tongshan River. After that, I guarded the northern branch of the Tongshan region for him, establishing the Yuantou Hanmen in the northern branch. Bai Xiaojun had only thought of chatting with the girl out of boredom. In fact, he didn't intend to inquire about her past. But he didn't expect that after just one sentence, without any preparation, this girl would reveal such a mysterious secret like a bolt of lightning. Ah! Bai Xiaojun was stunned. He never imagined that the girl was the first disciple of the Heavenly Venerate. This caused a powerful shock in Bai Xiaojun's heart. He connected the matter to the 4 great demigods of the origin sect, all disciples of the Heavenly Venerate. Bai Xiaojun immediately felt that what the girl said was 80 or 90% true. Then Bai Xiaojun hesitated, not finishing his sentence. She wants to ask, given my status, why was the Han sect replaced by the 9 Heavens Clad Thunder sect? Well, of course, it was the Heavenly Venerate's intention. Otherwise, although Zhou Daoyu was a demigod at that time, how could he possibly be my opponent? Bai Xiaojun's eyes widened, his breathing becoming rapid. The information this girl revealed truly shocked and astonished him. He wanted to know what exactly this half-god expert from the Han sect had done to provoke a Heavenly Venerate into mercilessly killing her, disregarding their master-disciple relationship. Clearly killed, why did this girl's spirit linger like a remnant? The girl seemed to sense Bai Xiaojun's thoughts. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke. Boy, I'll give you a chance at a peerless opportunity. Do you dare accept it? Is there danger? Bai Xiaojun hesitated, tentatively asking. After half an incense stick's time, the girl's voice remained silent. Finally, her voice, tinged with emotion, echoed in Bai Xiaojun's mind. I'm very suspicious. How could the Lingxi sect possibly entrust my coffin to you? Bai Xiaojun felt a little embarrassed and quickly explained. It's probably because I handled things relatively well. Haha. Bai Xiaojun forced a few laughs. Back then, when the Heavenly Venerate wanted to kill me, I was well prepared. So even though I died, I left behind a part of my soul. By seizing the body of a true spirit, I erased all traces of my aura, preventing the Heavenly Venerate from detecting me. The girl ignored Bai Xiaojun's answer and indifferently continued. And what I prepared back then wasn't just a true spirit body, but also a world treasure. It's a pity that this world treasure hadn't fully matured back then. Otherwise, with the Heavenly Venerate's cultivation level at that time, the outcome of that battle would have been uncertain. A treasure of the world, Bai Xiaojun couldn't help but ask. Using the entire northern landmass as a foundation, deep within the ice, it refines the northern landmass. In other words, the entire vast and boundless northern landmass is the essence of this treasure. Such a treasure! I call it a treasure of the world. Do you understand? The girl's voice slowly emanated. Within her voice was an aura of dominance and supreme majesty. Bai Xiaochun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He nearly screamed, refining the northern landmass into a treasure. But this northern landmass is so vast, Bai Xiaochun was completely bewildered. He knew the northern landmass was enormous, comparable to the eastern landmass. It could be said to be an entire continent. But now, according to this girl, she wanted to refine the northern meridian into a magic weapon back then. Although it wasn't finished yet, it was more than half complete. Even for a celestial being, this was like talking about Western things in the middle of the night to Bai Xiaochun. My God, I was just bored and looking for someone to entertain me. I didn't expect to stumble upon such important news. Bai Xiaochun felt a shock in his head. The fact that the other party mentioned this magic weapon made Bai Xiaochun feel unbelievable. He couldn't help but lower his head and look at the ground. Now I can feel that after so many years, this magic weapon has taken shape. I need your help to perform the final fusion with this magic weapon, and I will become its spirit. In return, this magic weapon belongs to you. I accept you as my master. My only request is kill a celestial venerate. This treasure has immense power. Once it fluctuates, it can split the northern lineage apart from the Tongshan world, suddenly rising from the ground, transforming into a great, icy sword. And all the cultivators of the northern lineage, all living things, all those born here for countless years, they will not die, but will live within the world of this magical artifact. You become the master of this magical artifact, thus indirectly. You also become their master. At the same time, during the process of my fusion with this world treasure, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within this magical artifact accumulated over countless years. But by absorbing and cultivating it, you can cause your cultivation to explode to its limit in a short period of time. Becoming a demigod is not impossible. These are two great blessings I give you. So now tell me, do you dare to accept these blessings or not? The girl's tone was as firm as a nail hammered into wood, just like her personality. She was extremely decisive. Bai Xiaochun's breathing suddenly became incredibly rapid, and a fierce light shone in his eyes. Upon hearing about these two great creations, Bai Xiaochun immediately pictured himself wielding a great sword formed from the northern earth, sweeping across the world. Countless powerful cultivators weaker than him would gaze at him with awe or fanaticism. That would simply be the pinnacle of life. Bai Xiaochun believed that at that moment, he would definitely laugh heartily, then lightly flick his sleeve, tilt his chin up, and nonchalantly say, I, Bai Xiaochun, will wave my sleeve, and all of heaven and earth will vanish into thin air. Then, the image in his mind transformed, turning into a scene after he had become the master of the Northern Meridian's treasure world, his feet treading on the clad thunder twin peaks, angrily pointing at Feng Chen. At the same time, the young demigod from the Northern Meridian was beside him, his hands tucked into his sleeves, obediently listening. All of this made Bai Xiaochun incredibly excited. His expression was one of exhilaration, yet also a little hesitant. Actually, he felt it wasn't right to ask about the matter of the meat bun falling from the sky. On the other hand, Bai Xiaochun felt that he couldn't be too hasty about this kind of thing. He should be a little more reserved. So he cleared his throat and transmitted his consciousness into his mind. This matter, Bai Xiaochun had barely finished speaking when the voice of the young woman interrupted him. I can't stay awake for too long. I need to sleep for a while before I can wake up again. When I wake up next time, tell me your choice. After saying this, the girl's voice gradually weakened, and very quickly, just like before, it disappeared without a trace. Huh? Bai Xiaochun was startled. He silently called out a few times in his mind, but the girl didn't respond. He scratched his head, confirming that the girl had indeed fallen into a coma again. She fell into a coma too quickly. I haven't finished speaking yet. Bai Xiaochun felt restless. Earlier, the girl's words about creation had deeply moved him. But today, he was helpless. This girl was weak. He could only wait until she woke up before continuing their conversation. Bai Xiaochun sighed, wondering if the girl had done this intentionally. He carefully analyzed the situation, considering what to say after she woke up. This served as a way to kill time. For the next few days, Bai Xiaochun appeared dazed, but in reality, he was analyzing the pros and cons of the situation. Time passed. 10 days went by quickly. Bai Xiaochun waited and waited. But even now, the girl still hadn't woken up. This made him feel restless, like ants crawling inside him. Meanwhile, during this time, he remained within the northern branch of the Cloud sect, behaving quite normally. He didn't leave the Cloud sect for a single step, didn't practice alchemy, and didn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His honest demeanor made it difficult for those in the northern branch, even those who disliked him, to find a way to retaliate. However, the scrutiny didn't diminish. The 6 heavenly beings of the northern branch all focused their attention on Bai Xiaochun. Countless disciples of the Cloud sect also discussed the matter, occasionally sneering and directing their gazes towards Bai Xiaochun. No matter how arrogant Bai Xiaochun is outside, he has to bow his head in our northern branch. The feeling of bullying a heavenly being is truly satisfying. What about the celestial beings in our northern region? Aren't they also restricted in all their actions? You haven't seen Bai Xiaochun's wronged expression. It makes me laugh uncontrollably. I've heard about Bai Xiaochun before. Everyone says he has the power of tribulation, and wherever he goes, he brings great disaster. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms, or some other extraordinary ability. Now it seems he's nothing special, after Bai Xiaochun arrived in the northern region. These discussions continued unabated, creating a constant uproar. Bai Xiaochun had no interest in listening to them. However, his celestial being consciousness swept across, and the words kept appearing in his ears. This is outrageous, I'm being honest, and yet they're mocking me. Bai Xiaochun grew increasingly angry as he listened. Moreover, the girl still hadn't awakened. Bai Xiaochun felt that in this northern region, a single day felt like a year. No, it's one thing to lack freedom here, but I must cultivate. Previously, Bai Xiaochun didn't consider himself someone who enjoyed cultivation so much. But today, he was subjected to so many restrictions in this northern region. He greatly missed cultivation. Indeed, each time he cultivated in seclusion, it felt like sleeping. Time passed exceptionally quickly. The immortal blood requires vitality. There are no resources here. The golden skeleton cannot be revealed. The sun and moon long sky technique requires the power of heaven and earth. The people in this northern region won't allow me to absorb it. Bai Xiaochun scratched his head in frustration. He felt this was a vicious cycle. No matter what, there was no way to break free. Gradually, his eyes turned slightly red and his breathing became rapid. His thoughts raced, constantly considering how to cultivate without violating the 3-chapter agreement. A few days later, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up, his hair disheveled, his eyes bloodshot but also filled with excitement. He slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Bai Xiaochun, I'm truly a genius. Haha, you won't let me leave the Cloud sect, so I won't leave. You won't let me absorb the power of heaven and earth, so I won't absorb it. Humph, you won't let me refine pills, so I won't refine pills either. I'll sell the pills, after all, right? Bai Xiaochun was somewhat excited and exhilarated. This was the solution he had thought of. He planned to sell the pills and exchange them for spirit stones. From then on, he could use the spirit stones to cultivate the sun and moon long sky technique. As for the speed of cultivation, that depends on how many spirit stones he can exchange for. Ordinary elixirs aren't easy to sell. However, there are 2 types of elixirs, so there's definitely a market for them. Bai Xiaochun's expression was excited as he potted his storage bag and took out 2 bottles of elixirs. Looking at the 2 bottles of elixirs in front of him, Bai Xiaochun's heart burned with pride. Aphrodisiac elixir, everyone needs it. Enlightenment elixir, just 1 pill and you can't leave it. Bai Xiaochun was thrilled. He thought to himself, it's fortunate that he refined quite a few elixirs during his time at the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect. He had accumulated a large enough quantity of these 2 types of elixirs. Otherwise, under the strict restrictions of the northern region, he would truly have no way out. As for how to sell the elixirs, Bai Xiaochun had already figured it out. He couldn't just sell these 2 types of elixirs. He needed to add some other items to sell alongside them. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun suddenly hesitated. Imagining the outrageous actions of the northern sect in the past few days, the mockery of those disciples towards him, and the blood feud between the Han sect and the Nine Heavens Clad Thunder sect. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely. This is all because you forced me. He suddenly rushed out of the room. As soon as he left, he was immediately spotted by all the Northern sect cultivators, their gazes focused on him. Most of those gazes were mocking, and there were quite a few cold laughs. As they said, this kind of opportunity to bully a celestial being was a first for the Northern sect, and it made them feel excited. Especially under the half-god's indulgence, these disciples naturally showed no fear at all. Bai Xiaochun ignored them. At this moment, he felt that the more people who cared about him, the better. Therefore, he specifically went to places with many people, attracting enough attention. Then, Bai Xiaochun swaggered to the square inside the Cloud sect, the place where most people usually come for trials.